Welcome, dear friends, to a sanctuary of warmth and wonder. As the gentle glow of the fireplace casts its cozy embrace, we invite you to unwind and let go of the day. Here, where dreams take flight, our stories will transport you to magical and peaceful realms, soothing your spirit and inviting relaxation. Thank you for choosing to spend this precious time with us. Let the journey to dreamlike dreams begin. Story 1. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering winds carried secrets of the ages and streams danced over smooth stones, nestled a cozy cottage. Its thatched roof was blanketed by a tapestry of emerald moss, and smoke curled lazily from the chimney, mingling with the scent of pine and earth. This was the home of a young deer named Willow, whose gentle brown eyes reflected the forest's rich hues, and whose spirit pulsed in harmony with the life around her. Yet, beneath her serene exterior, a tempest of anxious thoughts often swirled, stirred by the ceaseless change surrounding her. Willow's days were marked by the rhythmic dance of the seasons. Each autumn, the forest donned a cloak of fiery reds and golds, leaves tumbling to the ground like whispers of ancient stories. In spring, vibrant greens erupted from the earth, heralding the symphony of life. Although Willow marveled at this natural cycle, its relentless transformation left her restless and uneasy. Why must everything keep changing? She pondered aloud, as the first crisp breezes of fall rustled through the treetops like an unseen hand. I wish things could just stay the same forever. Her closest confidant, Oakley, a wise old oak whose roots dug deep into the forest's history, had watched over the woodland for centuries. His voice resonated with the echoes of time as he responded, "My dear Willow, change is nature's greatest gift. Through it, we grow, adapt, and discover our true selves." Yet Willow remained unconvinced. The shedding leaves mirrored the heaviness in her heart, and she felt adrift in a world that was becoming unfamiliar. She wandered the woods, her hooves crunching on the carpet of dry leaves, a sound that amplified her internal solitude. One frosty night, the forest was bathed in the ethereal light of a full silver moon, casting long shadows that danced like specters across the ground. It was then that Willow noticed a peculiar glow flickering among the trees. Her curiosity kindled, dispelling her melancholy. She ventured into the shadows and discovered a tiny glowing sprite nestled between the gnarled roots of an ancient pine. The sprite's colors were muted, flickering like a dying flame. "Please help me," cried the sprite, her voice as delicate as a chime in the wind. "The winter winds are too fierce. I cannot complete my transformation without shelter." Willow had seen sprites before, delicate beings whose multicolored wings announced the arrival of spring. Yet here was one struggling against winter's chill. With a heart full of empathy, Willow cleared a cozy nook for the shivering sprite amid the pine's insulating roots. She gathered soft mosses and downy feathers, crafting a sanctuary that embraced the sprite in warmth and safety. "There now, little one," Willow murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "You're safe inside. Change can be hard, but you mustn't give up." Throughout the long winter, Willow returned to tend to her new friend, each visit a balm to her own restless spirit. As the sprite's colors deepened and her strength returned, Willow found solace in their growing bond, a testament to resilience and the transformative power of care. One evening, as the stars painted the sky with a celestial mosaic, Willow confided in the sprite. "I fear change," she admitted. "I fear losing what I know and love." The sprite, now a vibrant tapestry of hues, listened with understanding. "Change is the essence of life, dear Willow," she replied gently. "It doesn't mean losing, it means growing, evolving into something new and beautiful." As the first thaw breathed life back into the forest, Willow and the sprite emerged from their sheltered alcove. The air was alive with the promise of renewal, the scent of fresh earth mingling with the sweet perfume of budding flowers. The sprite stretched her newly formed gossamer wings with a contented sigh, their iridescent colors glistening in the sunlight. "Thank you, dear Willow," she whispered. "Your kindness and patience sustained me through the change I needed to become my full, true self." With a whirl of luminous light, she spread her shimmering wings and danced through the forest, leaving a trail of wildflowers and berries blooming in her wake. Birdsong rang out, a jubilant chorus celebrating spring's return. Willow stood in awe, her heart swelling with understanding. For the first time, she grasped what wise old Oakley had meant. Change was not something to be feared, but an extraordinary journey of growth and renewal. Inspired by her friend's transformation, Willow wandered deeper into the forest, discovering hidden groves she had never explored. With each step, she noticed the subtle changes in her surroundings, the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating dapples of light on the forest floor, the symphony of bird calls that shifted with the hours, and the rich tapestry of scents carried on the wind. In these moments of exploration, Willow's heart opened to the beauty of change. She saw it mirrored in the forest's cycles and felt it resonate within her own spirit. From that day forward, she embraced each season's transition with wonder and appreciation, recognizing them as reflections of her own continual growth. She understood that within every end lay a new beginning, and within every change, an opportunity to become her best, most vibrant self. As summer's warmth began to wane, Willow found herself drawn to a secluded glen she had never visited before. The glen was a hidden paradise, carpeted with wildflowers and guarded by towering trees whose branches formed a natural canopy, filtering the sunlight into a soft, golden glow. Here she encountered a new friend, a fox named Ember, whose eyes sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Ember was a wanderer, a storyteller who traveled the forest, gathering tales from every creature she met. She was intrigued by Willow's gentle nature and the quiet strength that resonated beneath her surface. Over time, Ember shared stories of distant lands where the forests were unlike anything Willow had ever imagined. Places where the trees sang with the voice of the wind, and the rivers whispered secrets from the heart of the earth. Through Ember's tales, Willow's world expanded beyond the boundaries of her beloved forest. She learned that change was not only a force of nature, but also a bridge to understanding and connecting with the world beyond her immediate experience. As their friendship deepened, Willow discovered a new facet of herself, a thirst for knowledge and adventure that she had never before acknowledged. Together, they explored the forest's hidden wonders, each discovery adding to the tapestry of Willow's understanding. In the company of Ember, Willow began to see change not just as a cycle to endure, but as an opportunity to learn and grow, to form connections and discover the myriad possibilities life had to offer. As the days lengthened into the vibrant hues of another autumn, Willow felt a profound shift within her. No longer was she the young deer who feared the relentless march of time. She had become an explorer of her own heart, a seeker of wisdom, and a guardian of the stories that wove the forest into a living, breathing tapestry of life. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the past and future danced in harmony, Willow had found her place, not as a passive observer, but as an active participant in the ever-unfolding story of life. And as the leaves fell once more, she welcomed the change, knowing that each ending was merely the beginning of a new chapter, waiting to be written with wonder and grace. As the seasons continued to turn, Willow's growth did not go unnoticed by the other inhabitants of the forest. Her journey of transformation became an inspiration to many, and creatures from all corners of the woods came to seek her wisdom and to share their own tales of change and discovery. Willow's cottage, once a solitary haven, became a vibrant meeting place where stories were exchanged and knowledge was passed down through generations. One day, as winter's breath began to chill the air, a young squirrel named Juniper approached Willow with a troubled look in his eyes. "Willow," he began hesitantly, "I fear the coming cold. My family and I have never faced a winter so harsh, and I do not know if we have prepared enough." Willow listened with empathy, her heart touched by Juniper's plight. She remembered the sprite and how a simple act of kindness and understanding had sparked a profound change within her. "Juniper," she said gently, "preparation is not just about gathering supplies, but also about sharing the burdens and strengths of community. Let us face this winter together." Under Willow's guidance, the forest community came together, pooling their resources and knowledge, ensuring that no creature faced the harsh winter alone. They shared stories by the warmth of crackling fires, their laughter and camaraderie weaving an invisible tapestry of support and resilience. Through this collective effort, Willow realized that change was not solely an individual journey, but a shared experience that connected the lives of all who embraced it. The forest had taught her that unity, like change, was a powerful force capable of transforming fear into strength and isolation into belonging. As the first snowflakes drifted from the sky, Willow looked around at her friends and felt a deep sense of fulfillment. She had grown not just in understanding but in heart, and her journey had become intertwined with the lives of those she had come to cherish. In the ever-changing world of the ancient forest, Willow had found her place, an anchor of wisdom and warmth in the ceaseless tide of transformation. And as the snow blanketed the forest in a serene hush, she knew that she would continue to embrace the changes ahead, armed with the knowledge that with each ending came a new beginning, full of promise and opportunity. In the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered jewels on a velvet tapestry, there lay a small, vibrant planet named Lumina. Lumina was renowned for its shimmering, bioluminescent forests and gentle, purple-hued rivers. It was here that a creature named Bryn lived, a native luminarian with skin that glowed softly in the dark and eyes as deep and mysterious as the galaxy itself. The planet of Lumina was a symphony of colors and sounds, a place where the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming nocturnal flowers, their petals gently unfurling as the eternal twilight stretched across the land. The rivers sang a melodic tune as they cascaded over smooth stones, their purple hues shifting with the gentle currents. The sky above was a constant dance of light, with swirling patterns reminiscent of a painter's brushstroke, casting a surreal glow that bathed the world in an otherworldly radiance. Bryn was a gentle soul, spending her days tending to the luminescent flora that thrived in the warm embrace of Lumina's everlasting twilight. Her hands were deft and tender, coaxing life from the delicate plants that depended on her care. She had always been content in her solitude, finding peace in the whispering leaves and the soft hum of the flowing rivers. Her life was a simple melody, each day unfolding like a gentle lullaby, her heart in tune with the natural rhythm of the world around her. She was deeply connected to Lumina, her senses attuned to the subtle shifts in the planet's energy, able to perceive the whispers of its ancient spirits. Her evenings were often spent at the edge of the purple-hued river, her fingers trailing through the cool water, watching as the bioluminescent fish darted playfully beneath the surface. She found solace in the quiet moments, where the only sound was the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of creatures hidden within the forest depths. The world was alive with a vibrancy that only the most attuned souls could perceive, and Bryn was one of those rare beings. One evening, as the stars began to dance across the sky, a peculiar object streaked through the atmosphere, trailing a cascade of golden sparks. It landed with a gentle thud in the heart of the forest, causing the glowing trees to sway with curiosity. Bryn, intrigued by the sight, made her way through the shimmering foliage, her soft footsteps barely disturbing the tranquil scene. The air was electric with anticipation, as if the forest itself held its breath in wonder. Upon reaching the clearing, Bryn found a small silver pod nestled among the glowing ferns. Cautiously she approached, her heart fluttering with a mix of apprehension and wonder. The pod's sleek surface reflected the surrounding light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across Bryn's face. Suddenly the pod hissed open, revealing a figure unlike any she had ever seen. Emerging from the pod was a creature named Kiro, an interstellar traveler from the distant planet of Pharaoxia. Kiro's skin was smooth and metallic, reflecting the gentle luminescence of the surroundings. His eyes, sharp and calculating, softened as they met Bryn's curious gaze. For a moment, they simply stared at each other, two beings from different worlds, brought together by chance. Bryn, with her innate kindness, extended a glowing hand in greeting. Kiro, after a moment's hesitation, reciprocated with a mechanical yet gentle touch, and thus began their unlikely companionship. At first, communication was a challenge. Bryn spoke in soft, melodic tones, while Kiro's voice was a series of clicks and whirs, reminiscent of the inner workings of a complex machine. Misunderstandings were frequent, leading to moments of frustration and confusion. Yet, beneath the surface of these struggles lay a growing bond, fueled by curiosity and the shared desire to understand one another. Each misstep in their dialogue became a stepping stone, teaching them patience and the art of listening with more than just their ears. As they spent more time together, Bryn discovered that Kiro was not only a traveler, but an explorer at heart. His journey across the cosmos was driven by a deep-seated desire to learn, to connect the dots of the universe in a tapestry of understanding. Kiro shared stories of his travels, speaking of the crystalline cities of Phyrexia, where the buildings seemed to grow from the ground, their surfaces shimmering like cut gems. He spoke of the metallic deserts, vast expanses of glinting minerals that stretched to the horizon, where the air shimmered with heat and the ground crunched underfoot like broken glass. In return, Kiro learned of Bryn's profound connection to Lumina, her ability to sense the subtle shifts in the planet's energy, and her unwavering dedication to nurturing its vibrant life. Bryn shared tales of Lumina's ancient myths, of the spirits believed to dwell in the depths of the forests, guardians of the planet's luminescent beauty. She spoke of the rituals performed beneath the aurora-lit skies, where the luminarians would gather to celebrate the changing seasons, their voices rising in harmony with the natural world. One day, as they wandered through the forest, they stumbled upon a patch of withering flora. The once vibrant plants were now dull and lifeless, their glow fading into the darkness. Bryn knelt beside them, her heart aching at the sight. Kiro, observing her distress, crouched beside her, his analytical mind whirring with possible solutions. Together, they worked tirelessly, combining Bryn's deep connection with the land and Kiro's advanced knowledge of technology. Bryn sang to the plants, her voice a soothing balm, while Kiro adjusted his tools, creating a device that emitted a gentle, nurturing light. Slowly, the plants began to revive, their luminescence returning with renewed vigor. The forest seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, its energy pulsing with gratitude. As they watched the forest come back to life, Bryn and Kiro exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. They realized that despite their differences, they each possessed unique gifts that complemented the other. It was a moment of mutual respect and recognition, a testament to the power of collaboration and friendship. Days turned into weeks, and the pair became inseparable. They explored the vast reaches of Lumina, discovering hidden groves and secret streams. Each adventure was a new opportunity to learn from one another, to bridge the gap between their worlds with laughter and shared experiences. They found a small waterfall, its waters sparkling with the colors of the aurora, where they would often sit and share stories of their pasts. Kiro spoke of the metallic deserts and crystal cities of Phyrexia, while Bryn shared tales of Lumina's ancient myths and the spirits believed to dwell in its depths. As their friendship deepened, Kiro began to understand the subtle nuances of Lumina's complex ecosystem. He was fascinated by the way Bryn could communicate with the planet, sensing the ebb and flow of its energy like a gentle tide. He learned the art of patience, observing the delicate balance maintained by the luminarians as they lived in harmony with the world around them. Bryn, in turn, was inspired by Kiro's boundless curiosity and his ability to see the world through a different lens. She began to view Lumina with fresh eyes, discovering new wonders in the familiar. She marveled at the intricate designs of Kiro's tools, their sleek forms a testament to the advanced technology of his world. She was intrigued by his tales of Phyrexia, a planet so different from her own, yet equally beautiful in its stark contrasts. One evening, as they sat by the gently flowing river, the sky painted with hues of lavender and gold, Bryn turned to Kiro, her voice a soft melody in the twilight air. "I've learned so much from you, dear friend," she said, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "You've shown me the beauty of seeing beyond the familiar." Kiro nodded, his metallic skin glinting in the fading light. "And you've taught me the value of patience and kindness," he replied, his voice a gentle hum. "I never imagined that a journey to a distant planet would lead me to discover the true meaning of friendship." As the stars twinkled overhead, they sat in comfortable silence, the warmth of their bond wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Though their paths had crossed by chance, Bryn and Kiro had found something precious in each other, a friendship that transcended galaxies. In the days that followed, the inhabitants of Lumina, usually shy and reclusive, began to emerge from their hidden sanctuaries, drawn by the tales of Bryn's new companion. Kiro, initially overwhelmed by the Luminarians' gentle curiosity, soon found himself welcomed into their community. He shared his knowledge and stories, inspiring a new generation of Luminarians to look beyond their world, to dream of the stars. Bryn and Kiro's friendship became a symbol of unity, a reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, connections could be forged, and understanding could bridge the deepest divides. As the seasons changed and the cycles of life continued, their story was woven into the fabric of Lumina's history, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the boundless possibilities of the cosmos. But as time passed, a new challenge emerged. The once stable energy of Lumina began to fluctuate, causing brief but intense storms that threatened the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Concern spread among the Luminarians, who turned to Bryn for guidance. Bryn, in turn, sought Kiro's insight. Together, they analyzed the patterns of the storms, realizing that they were linked to a disturbance deep within the planet's core. Determined to restore harmony, Bryn and Kiro embarked on a journey to the heart of Lumina. The path was treacherous, leading them through dense forests and across vast plains, all tinged with the planet's ethereal glow. Along the way, they encountered ancient guardians of the forest, spectral beings whose presence was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Bryn's connection to the spirits allowed them passage, while Kiro's technological prowess helped them navigate the perilous terrain. As they descended into the depths of Lumina, they discovered a network of glowing crystals, pulsating with energy. Kiro theorized that these crystals were the source of the planet's stability, and the disturbance was due to a fracture within the crystal matrix. Using his tools, Kiro devised a method to mend the fracture, while Bryn lent her voice to soothe the agitated energy. Their combined efforts bore fruit as the storms began to subside and the planet's energy returned to its harmonious state. The Luminarians, witnessing the restoration of their world, celebrated Bryn and Kiro's triumph with a grand festival beneath the aurora-filled skies. Songs of gratitude echoed through the forests, and the bond between the two friends was etched into the annals of Lumina's history. Bryn and Kiro's journey had not only saved Lumina, but had deepened their understanding of one another and their respective worlds. Their tale became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity and the strength found in diversity. As they stood together under the shimmering canopy of stars, Bryn and Kiro knew that their friendship was a testament to the wonders of the universe and the infinite possibilities that lay within it. In the aftermath of their adventure, Kiro took it upon himself to learn more about Lumina's ecosystem, using his technological expertise to document the planet's unique flora and fauna. He created a map of Lumina's most hidden treasures, which Bryn helped him annotate with the legends and stories passed down through generations of Luminarians. This collaborative effort not only strengthened their bond, but also laid the groundwork for future explorers who might one day visit Lumina. Bryn, inspired by Kiro's tireless curiosity, began to experiment with integrating some of Kiro's technological insights into her care for the luminescent flora. She developed new methods that combined her traditional practices with Kiro's advanced techniques, leading to even more vibrant and resilient plant life. As the years went by, Bryn and Kiro's friendship continued to flourish, becoming a cornerstone of Lumina's cultural heritage. Their story was told and retold, inspiring songs, art, and teachings that echoed through the ages. And as other travelers from distant worlds heard of the famous Lumina and its welcoming inhabitants, they too found their way to this small, shimmering planet, eager to learn, share, and discover the magic that lay within its twilight embrace. Under the eternal twilight of Lumina's skies, Bryn and Kiro remained steadfast in their friendship, their hearts forever connected by the luminous thread of their shared journey. Together, they watched as Lumina thrived, their story a perpetual reminder of the boundless possibilities that awaited those brave enough to explore the vast, starry universe. Story 3. In the quaint village of Wind Hollow, nestled between rolling meadows and ancient woodlands, there was a whisper of magic that lingered in the air. It was the kind of place where the past and present seemed to dance together under the canopy of stars, where time flowed as gently as the brook that wound its way through the heart of the village. The people of Wind Hollow were content in their simple lives, but they carried within them tales of wonder that had been passed down through generations. One such tale spoke of the Whispering Woods, a hidden world within the natural environment, where the trees held secrets and the wind carried stories. It was said that those who entered the woods with a pure heart could commune with its ancient spirits, and perhaps, if they were truly kind, find a magical object of great power. Yet only a few had dared to venture into the woods, and fewer still had returned with stories to tell. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Lila had eyes the color of twilight and a spirit that danced like the autumn leaves. Her days were filled with dreams of adventure and the mysteries that lay just beyond the horizon. She would often sit by the brook, her toes dipped in the cool water, and listen to the tales her grandmother told of the Whispering Woods. Lila's grandmother, Edna, was a wise woman with a voice as soft as a lullaby. Her stories were woven with threads of magic and wisdom, and Lila would hang on every word, her imagination painting vivid pictures of enchanted forests and hidden treasures. But Edna always ended her tales with a gentle warning. The woods are not for the reckless, my dear. They are for those who seek with an open heart and a gentle spirit. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sun spilled over the horizon, Lila felt a stirring in her heart. The whisper of the woods called to her, and she knew it was time to embark on a journey that would change her forever. With a small satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with bread, cheese, and a wooden flute her grandmother had given her, Lila set off towards the edge of the forest. The path to the Whispering Woods was lined with vibrant wildflowers whose colors danced in the breeze. As Lila walked, she hummed a tune, her heart light with anticipation. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the sun cast dappled shadows across her path. She felt the world around her humming with life, as if the very ground beneath her feet was alive with the promise of adventure. As she entered the woods, Lila was enveloped in a cocoon of emerald light. The trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. The air was filled with the sound of birdsong, a symphony of nature that lifted Lila's spirits. She walked deeper into the forest, her eyes wide with wonder, until she came upon a glade bathed in sunlight. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its branches spreading wide like a guardian of the forest. Lila approached the tree, her heart beating with a mixture of excitement and reverence. As she laid her hand upon the rough bark, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, as if the tree was alive with a gentle, pulsing energy. Suddenly, a soft voice filled the air, as delicate as the rustle of leaves. "Welcome, young traveler," it said. Lila looked around in surprise, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a whisper. "I am the spirit of the Whispering Woods," the voice replied, "and I have watched over this land for centuries. You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be granted a gift." As the words faded, a soft glow appeared at the base of the oak tree. Lila knelt down and discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a delicate necklace with a pendant shaped like a leaf, shimmering with an inner light. "This is the heart of the forest," the spirit explained. "It holds the power to understand the language of the trees and the wind. With it, you will be able to see the world in ways others cannot." Lila slipped the necklace around her neck, feeling its warmth against her skin. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with awe and gratitude. "I will cherish this gift and use it wisely." With the heart of the forest resting against her chest, Lila continued her journey through the woods. The world around her seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. She could hear the trees sharing stories of seasons past, and the wind carrying the laughter of distant lands. The forest was a symphony of life, and Lila was part of its melody. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Lila came across a small clearing where a gentle brook meandered through the soft grass. By the water's edge, she saw a figure sitting quietly, their gaze fixed on the rippling water. It was a young boy, no older than Lila, with hair like the night sky and eyes that mirrored the depths of a tranquil lake. Curious and unafraid, Lila approached the boy. "Hello," she said softly, not wanting to disturb the peacefulness of the scene. The boy looked up, a gentle smile spreading across his face. "Hello," he replied, his voice as soothing as the brook's gentle murmur. "I am Finn, and who might you be?" "I'm Lila," she replied, settling down beside him. "What brings you to this place?" Finn's eyes twinkled with a secret delight. "I come here to listen to the stories of the brook," he explained. "It tells me of lands far beyond the forest, of mountains that touch the sky and seas that stretch to the horizon." Lila listened intently, her heart swelling with the beauty of Finn's words. She could feel the magic of the forest embracing them, weaving their fates together like the threads of a tapestry. There was a warmth to Finn's presence, a sense of kinship that filled her with joy. As they sat together by the brook, sharing stories and dreams, Lila realized that she had found a friend unlike any other. Finn understood the world in ways that mirrored her own heart, and together they felt as if they were part of something greater than themselves, a friendship that defied expectations and transcended the ordinary. Days turned into weeks, and each day, Lila and Finn would explore the wonders of the Whispering Woods together. They discovered hidden groves filled with wildflowers that glowed in the moonlight, listened to the songs of the nightingale that echoed through the trees, and danced beneath the starlit sky, their laughter mingling with the sounds of the forest. The heart of the forest allowed Lila to understand the language of the trees, and with Finn by her side, she learned to see the world through eyes that were open to its magic and mystery. They became inseparable, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. Yet, as with all journeys, there came a time when Lila's heart yearned to share the wonders of the Whispering Woods with her village. She wanted her family and friends to experience the beauty and magic that she and Finn had discovered. But she also understood that the woods were a place of secrets, meant for those who sought them with pure hearts. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of orange and pink, Lila and Finn sat by the brook, their feet dangling in the cool water. "I want to share this magic with others," Lila said softly, a hint of longing in her voice, "but I fear they may not understand." Finn nodded, his expression thoughtful. "The magic of the forest is a gift, one that is meant to be cherished and respected. Perhaps, instead of showing them, you can tell them of your journey, of the wonders you have seen and the lessons you have learned." Lila considered Finn's words, feeling their truth resonate within her. She realized that the real magic lay not in possessing the heart of the forest, but in the experiences and friendships it had brought into her life. It was a lesson that had blossomed quietly, like a flower opening to the sun. With Finn's encouragement, Lila decided to share her tale with the village. She would weave her experiences into stories that would inspire others to look at the world with eyes open to wonder, to seek the extraordinary in the everyday. The next day, as the sun rose over Wind Hollow, Lila returned to the village with Finn by her side. Her heart was filled with a sense of purpose and belonging, ready to share the magic of the woods with those she loved. In the village square, she gathered the villagers together, her grandmother standing proudly at her side. With a voice as gentle as the breeze that whispered through the trees, Lila spoke of her journey into the Whispering Woods, of the friendship she had found and the lessons she had learned. The villagers listened, their hearts touched by Lila's words and the sincerity of her spirit. They saw the joy and wonder in her eyes, and in that moment, they too felt the magic of the forest. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over Wind Hollow, Lila's grandmother took her hand, her eyes filled with love and pride. "You have found something truly special, my dear," she said softly. "You have learned that the greatest magic of all is the love and friendship we share with others." Lila smiled, her heart brimming with happiness. She knew that her journey had changed her, not just because of the magical object she had found, but because of the friendships and experiences that had enriched her life. As the villagers returned to their homes, Lila and Finn stood together, watching the stars begin to twinkle in the evening sky. The world was a beautiful, wondrous place, and they knew that as long as they had each other, they would always find magic in the simplest of things. With the heart of the forest resting against her chest, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. She had discovered a hidden world within the natural environment, a world that would continue to inspire and guide her throughout her life. As Lila and Finn began their walk back to the edge of the Whispering Woods, they talked of the future and the paths they might take. Lila's imagination was alight with possibilities, her mind crafting stories of voyages to distant lands, where the stars shone with unfamiliar constellations and the air carried the scents of unknown flowers. Finn, with his deep connection to the forest, spoke of his desire to learn the secrets of the woods even further, to uncover the ancient rituals and songs that were whispered among the trees. He dreamed of becoming a guardian of the forest, a protector of its mysteries, and a bridge between its magic and the human world. As they walked, a gentle rain began to fall, the droplets kissing their skin and creating a melody as they struck the leaves above. The rain was a soft, comforting presence, washing away the dust of the day and leaving the earth refreshed and renewed. They paused under the shelter of a great cedar, its branches providing a canopy from the rain. Lila looked up at Finn, her eyes reflecting the soft light of the rain-drenched world around them. "We will always have this, won't we?" she asked, her voice a gentle murmur beneath the rain's song. Finn nodded, his smile warm and reassuring. "Always," he affirmed, taking her hand in his. "The forest has bound us in ways that time and distance cannot break. Our friendship is a story written in the stars and the whispers of the trees." They stayed under the cedar until the rain passed, the air now filled with the fresh, clean scent of wet earth and growing things. The world seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the next chapter of their tale to unfold. In the stillness of the night, under the watchful gaze of the stars, they knew that their bond would endure, a beacon of light and hope in a world filled with wonder. And in that moment, as the world slept peacefully around them, they understood that true magic was not found in objects or places, but in the love and laughter they shared with those who walked beside them on life's journey. As the seasons turned and the years unfolded, Lila became a storyteller herself, weaving tales that captured the essence of Wind Hollow and the Whispering Woods. Her voice, gentle and filled with wonder, drew listeners from near and far, and the village became a place where stories lived and breathed, bringing people together in shared awe and understanding. Finn, too, found his place in the village, his connection to the forests deepening with each passing year. He became a guardian of sorts, ensuring that the magic of the woods was respected and cherished, guiding those who sought its wonders with hearts as open as his own. Together, Lila and Finn nurtured a legacy of friendship and wonder, teaching those around them that magic existed not just in the extraordinary, but in the simple moments of connection and joy. Their lives became a testament to the power of stories and the enduring beauty of the natural world. However, there was more to their journey. One day, as they ventured deeper into the Whispering Woods than ever before, they came across a mysterious grove. In its center was a circle of ancient stones, covered in moss and vines, that seemed to pulse with an energy both foreign and familiar. The stones were carved with symbols that neither Lila nor Finn could decipher, yet they felt a calling, a silent invitation to explore the secrets hidden within. As they stepped closer, the air around them shimmered, and they sensed a presence watching over them. "Do you feel that?" Lila whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustle of leaves. Finn nodded, his eyes wide with awe. "It's as if the forest is speaking to us, showing us something it has kept hidden for centuries." They sat within the circle, closing their eyes and letting their senses attune to the rhythm of the grove. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, carrying whispers of ancient knowledge. In that moment of stillness, Lila and Finn found themselves transported into a vision, a tapestry of memories woven by the forest itself. They saw the land as it once was, untouched and teeming with life, and they felt the presence of the beings who had once walked the earth, guardians of its magic and keepers of its stories. The vision showed them a world where humans and nature coexisted in harmony, where the song of the earth was respected and celebrated. It was a vision of what could be, a reminder of the potential for beauty and balance in their own world. As the vision faded, Lila and Finn opened their eyes, their hearts filled with a renewed sense of purpose. They understood that their role was not only to cherish the magic of the forest, but to be stewards of its message, to share the wisdom of the woods with those willing to listen. With this newfound understanding, they returned to Wind Hollow, their hearts light with the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. They knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods was not just a gift to be kept, but a legacy to be shared, inspiring others to seek harmony with the world around them. And so, dear reader, may you carry this story with you as you drift into dreams, knowing that the magic of friendship and the wonders of the world are always within reach, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and gentle spirits. Story 4. The Lantern of Luminara, an extended tale. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled at the edge of the enigmatic Whispering Woods, where the trees' gentle murmurs held secrets only the night dared to reveal, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair, a cascade of fiery autumn hues, reflected her spirit, vibrant and lively like the morning sun bursting over the horizon. Lila, with her curious heart and kind demeanor, was beloved by the villagers. Her affinity for stories was well known, especially those tenderly shared by her grandmother beside the crackling fireplace. The cozy scent of burning logs intertwined with the sweet aroma of lavender tea, creating an embrace that wrapped around Lila like a warm quilt against the evening chill. One evening, as the sky blushed with the deep hues of dusk, Lila's grandmother beckoned her to the hearthside. The fire's warmth danced in their eyes as her grandmother began a tale that Lila had never heard before. Outside, the wind's whispers wove through the leaves, a soft melody that seemed to harmonize with the crackling fire, casting playful shadows on the walls, a silent audience to stories of old. Long ago, her grandmother began, her voice a gentle melody, there was a magical lantern hidden deep within the Whispering Woods. This lantern, the Lantern of Luminara, could illuminate not only the path ahead but also the heart's deepest desires. Many have sought it, but only those pure of heart and purpose have ever found it. Lila listened, captivated, her imagination painting vivid pictures of glowing light and enchanted forests. "What happens to those who find it?" she asked, her voice a mere whisper, brimming with the wonder only a child could possess. Her grandmother's smile was soft, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Those who find it embark on a journey that changes them forever, revealing truths they never knew about themselves and the world around them." That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the Lantern of Luminara danced in her mind like a symphony. The notion of a hidden world within the forest, teeming with mysteries and magic, tugged at her soul. She resolved to find the lantern herself, driven not by selfish gain, but by a desire to comprehend the whispers of the woods and the magic they harbored. Moonlight streamed through her window, casting silvery patterns across her quilt, as if the night itself was encouraging her dreams. The next morning, Lila awoke with the first light of dawn. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a warm cloak. As she stepped outside, the air was crisp and infused with the scent of pine and earth. Her heart fluttered with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. The village lay still, the distant crowing of a rooster the only sound greeting the morning sun. The path into the Whispering Woods was initially well trodden, but soon it became a maze of winding trails and hidden nooks. The trees arched gracefully overhead, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only they understood. Lila felt as if she were stepping into a world apart, where time moved at its own pace. She traced her fingers along the rough bark of an ancient oak, feeling an inexplicable kinship with the life pulsing within. As she ventured deeper, the woods grew denser, the sunlight filtering through the canopy in dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds sang sweet melodies, and the rustling of leaves accompanied her footsteps like a gentle symphony. Lila's heart swelled with a sense of wonder and belonging. She could almost hear the forest's heartbeat, a steady rhythm that matched her own. Lila paused to take in the vibrant tapestry of life surrounding her. The forest was alive with color, the rich emerald of leaves, the bright bursts of wildflowers, and the kaleidoscope of butterflies flitting from bloom to bloom. She crouched to admire a cluster of violets, their fragrance a sweet whisper against the earthy undertones of the woods. In that moment, she understood that the forest was not just a setting, but a living, breathing entity full of stories waiting to be discovered. After what seemed like hours, Lila came to a small clearing. In its center stood an ancient oak, its branches sprawling like the arms of an old friend. Beneath it, nestled among the roots, was a small, shimmering object. It was the lantern of Luminara. Lila approached it with reverence, her breath catching in her throat. The lantern was exquisite, crafted from silver and crystal, with intricate patterns etched into its surface. It pulsed softly with a light that felt warm and inviting, like the embrace of a loved one. As Lila reached out to touch it, the lantern flickered, casting a soft glow around the clearing. Suddenly, the world shifted, and Lila found herself in a place unlike any she had ever seen. The trees were taller, their leaves glowing with an ethereal light. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with energy. The forest was alive, vibrant, and full of stories waiting to be told. "Welcome, seeker of light," a gentle voice echoed through the air. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the trees. It was a woman, her hair cascading like a waterfall of silver, her eyes as deep as the night sky. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice trembling with awe. "I am Seraphina, the guardian of this hidden realm," the woman replied, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the lantern of Luminara, a beacon of truth and enlightenment. What is it that you seek, young one?" Lila pondered the question, her heart and mind swirling with thoughts. "I seek understanding," she finally answered. "I want to know the stories of this forest, the secrets it holds, and the magic that binds it together." Seraphina smiled, her expression serene and knowing. "Your heart is pure, and your intentions noble. The lantern has chosen you, and your journey of discovery has just begun. But remember, true understanding comes from within. The lantern will guide you, but it is your heart that must lead the way." With those words, Seraphina raised her hand, and the lantern's light enveloped Lila, filling her with warmth and clarity. Images flashed before her eyes, visions of the forest's past, its present, and the infinite possibilities of its future. She saw the interconnectedness of all living things, the delicate balance of nature, and the beauty of harmony and compassion. Lila realized that every creature, every leaf, and every breeze played a role in the grand tapestry of life. When the light faded, Lila found herself back in the clearing, the lantern resting once more among the roots of the ancient oak. She felt different, wiser, fuller, as if she had glimpsed the very soul of the world. The forest no longer held secrets from her, but instead shared them openly, like an old friend recounting cherished memories. As she made her way back to the village, Lila carried with her the lessons of the Lantern of Luminara. The forest no longer felt like a mysterious, distant entity, but a friend and teacher. And she, in turn, became a guardian of its stories, sharing them with others in the hopes of spreading understanding and kindness. Years passed, and Lila grew into a wise young woman, known throughout the land for her tales of the Whispering Woods. She never forgot her journey or the lantern that had shown her the way. And though the Lantern of Luminara remained hidden, its light continued to shine within her heart, guiding her through life's adventures with wisdom and grace. One day, as Lila walked through the village, she noticed a small group of children gathered by the edge of the woods. Their eyes were wide with curiosity, much like hers had been all those years ago. She knelt down, her heart full of warmth and nostalgia, and began to share her stories, her voice carrying the enchantment of the woods to new eager ears. In the light of the setting sun, Lila paused, her heart swelling with pride and joy. These children, with their bright eyes and eager questions, were the future keepers of the forest's tales. Lila realized that her journey had not just been about finding the lantern, but about discovering the light within herself, a light that would guide her and others through the tapestry of life, one story at a time. And so, beneath the starlit sky, Lila would sit by the fireplace, recounting her tales to those eager to listen. Her stories, like the warm glow of the lantern, illuminated the hearts of many, spreading light and love wherever they were told. The Whispering Woods, with its gentle secrets and timeless magic, remained a sanctuary for all who sought its embrace, its stories echoing through the ages, carried on the wings of those who dared to listen. As the years rolled on, Lila occasionally returned to the clearing where the ancient oak stood sentinel over the Lantern of Luminara. Each visit felt like a reunion with an old friend, a moment of reflection in the ever-turning wheel of life. One crisp autumn evening, she found herself there once more, the air tinged with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of winter. She stood before the oak, its branches now bare, and marveled at how much had changed and yet remained the same. The lantern glowed softly, a constant amidst the shifting seasons, a beacon of hope and continuity. Lila knelt beside it, her fingers brushing lightly against its cool surface. The lantern responded with a gentle flicker, casting a soft, golden hue over the clearing. In that light, Lila saw not just the past, but a future filled with endless possibilities. A future where the stories of the Whispering Woods would continue to guide and inspire generations to come. She smiled, a quiet understanding settling in her heart. The magic of the lantern was not just in its light, but in its ability to illuminate the paths of those who dared to dream, those who believed in the power of stories to transform and unite. With a final lingering glance at the lantern, Lila rose and turned back toward the village, her heart full of gratitude and peace. She knew that the Lantern of Luminara would always be there, a silent guardian of the forest's secrets, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay within reach for those willing to seek it. And as she walked beneath the twinkling stars, Lila felt the light within her glowing ever brighter, a testament to the enduring legacy of the tales she had come to cherish and share. On one of her visits to the clearing, an unexpected encounter awaited her. Lila noticed a young boy sitting at the base of the ancient oak, his eyes fixed on the lantern with a mix of awe and curiosity. He was a visitor from a distant village, drawn by the tales of the Whispering Woods and the legendary lantern. His name was Finn, and like Lila, he was a seeker of stories, yearning to understand the world beyond his own. "Hello," Lila greeted, her voice gentle and inviting. "What brings you here?" Finn looked up, his eyes filled with wonder. "I've heard so much about this place and the lantern. I wanted to see if the stories were true." Lila smiled, recognizing the same spark of curiosity that had driven her so many years ago. "The stories are true," she assured him, "but the lantern's magic is not just in its light, but in the journey it inspires." As they spoke, Lila shared her own journey, recounting the lessons she had learned and the wisdom she had gained. Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with inspiration and hope. He realized that the true magic of the lantern lay not in finding it, but in the stories it ignited within those who sought its light. Lila and Finn spent the afternoon exploring the forest, discovering its hidden wonders and sharing stories of their own. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the clearing, Finn understood that the lantern's light would guide him on his own journey, just as it had for Lila. As they parted ways, Lila felt a renewed sense of purpose. She knew that the stories of the Whispering Woods would continue to inspire and unite those who dared to listen. And with each new seeker who visited the clearing, the legacy of the Lantern of Luminara would endure, its light shining brightly in the hearts of those who believed in the power of stories to transform and illuminate the world. In the years that followed, Lila continued to nurture the bond between the villagers and the forest. She organized storytelling gatherings where people from all walks of life came together to share their experiences, weaving a tapestry of tales that celebrated the magic of the Whispering Woods. These gatherings became a cherished tradition, passed down through generations, ensuring that the light of the lantern would never fade. One winter's night, as snow gently blanketed the village, Lila found herself once again by the crackling fire, her heart full of gratitude for the journey she had embarked on so long ago. She realized that the true magic of the Lantern of Luminara was not just in its ability to illuminate the forest, but in its power to inspire connections, foster understanding, and kindle the light within every heart it touched. As the snowflakes danced outside her window, Lila knew that the lantern's legacy would continue to shine brightly, a guiding light for all who dared to dream and believe in the transformative power of stories. And so, with a heart full of warmth and love, she began to share her tales once more, her voice carrying the enchantment of the Whispering Woods to all who were willing to listen. Story 5. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight trickled through the dense canopy like liquid gold, there lay a serene glade. This was a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets from ages past, and the distant call of a nightingale weaving through the twilight. The forest was a tapestry of color and sound, where the floor was a mosaic of emerald moss and vibrant ferns, their surfaces jeweled with dew. Here the natural world thrived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the creatures who called it home. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted glade were the gentle deer, their eyes wise and watchful. They moved with a grace that seemed to ripple through the air itself, their silhouettes weaving between the shafts of sunlight like dancers in a timeless ballet. The soft earth beneath their hooves was a testament to the balance that reigned in this hidden world, a sanctuary where their very essence was intertwined with that of the forest. The leader of the deer was an elder buck named Thistle. His antlers were a crown of branches, each twist and turn a record of the many seasons he had witnessed. Thistle had seen the forest in all its moods, from the verdant explosion of spring to the quiet slumber of winter. He knew that every creature, from the tiniest beetle to the tallest tree, had a role to play in maintaining the forest's harmony. Thistle's leadership was marked by a deep empathy and wisdom, qualities that endeared him to all who dwelled in the forest. He was not just a leader, but a guardian of the forest's secrets, his heart beating in time with the rustling leaves and singing streams. It was this empathy that drove him to act when the forest faced challenges, for he knew that each creature's fate was woven into the tapestry of life that surrounded them. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist wove its way through the trees and the world was bathed in the soft glow of dawn, Thistle gathered the creatures of the glade for a meeting. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and quick eyes, perched on branches above. The wise old owl, with feathers as soft as the moonlight, found a perch where she could oversee the assembly. Even the shy foxes, with their russet fur blending seamlessly into the underbrush, crept forward to listen. "My friends," Thistle began, his voice as soothing as the breeze that rustled through the leaves, "we have lived in balance with this forest for generations. But now, there is a challenge we must face together." The animals listened intently, their ears keen for any sign of trouble. Thistle continued, "The stream that nourishes our glade is dwindling. Without its waters, the plants will wither, and our home will suffer." A hush fell over the gathering, and the only sound was the gentle babbling of the stream, quieter now than any could remember. The creatures understood the gravity of the situation. The stream was the lifeblood of their glade, the source of the dew that sparkled on the grass and the mist that danced in the morning light. The owl, who had seen many such challenges in her long life, hooted softly, "We must seek the wisdom of the seasons, for they hold the key to restoring balance." Thistle nodded, his eyes warm with gratitude. "Indeed, the seasons are our guides. Let us look to them for answers." With this resolve, the animals set out on a journey through the forest, seeking the counsel of the seasonal spirits. First, they visited spring, whose gentle rains and tender sprouts promised renewal. Spring was a sprite of bright greens and delicate blossoms, her laugh like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Dear Spring," Thistle asked, "how might we revive our stream?" Spring smiled, her eyes twinkling with eternal youth. "The stream is the song of the forest," she said. "When the forest sings, the stream will flow. Encourage growth, and you will find your answer." Next they met Summer, who radiated warmth and abundance. Her golden hair was woven with sunbeams, and her embrace was as warm as the noonday sun. "Summer," the owl inquired, "how can we restore the stream's strength?" Summer's voice was like the hum of bees, rich and full. "Nurture the bonds between you, for strength lies in unity. Work together, and the stream will find its might." Then came autumn, cloaked in a tapestry of fiery leaves, her presence a gentle reminder of the cycle of life. Her voice was the rustle of leaves underfoot. "Autumn, what wisdom can you share?" asked the fox, his voice a whisper in the cooling air. Autumn's eyes were deep pools of understanding. "Let go of what no longer serves you. Make space for the new, and the forest will breathe freely once more." Finally, they visited Winter, a figure of serene stillness, her robes shimmering with frost. Her touch was cold but not unkind, a reminder of rest and reflection. "Winter," the squirrel chattered, "how do we find peace in this time of need?" Winter's whisper was the gentle fall of snow. "Embrace the quiet. In stillness, you will find clarity and purpose. As the journey through the forest unfolded, the animals discovered more than just the wisdom of the seasons. They unearthed depths within themselves they had not known existed. Thistle, once a beacon of certainty, faced moments of doubt, questioning if he had led his community astray. It was during these times that the owl, with her soft gaze and gentle words, reminded him of the strength that lay in vulnerability, in admitting one's fears and seeking solace in the wisdom of others. As the animals returned to their glade, they encountered a part of the forest rarely seen, a hidden grove where ancient trees stretched their gnarled branches towards the sky. Here, the air was thick with the scent of pine and rich earth, a solemn reminder of the forest's endurance. In this sanctuary, Thistle found solace, taking a moment to reflect on the path they had walked. In a moment of introspection, Thistle realized that leadership was not about having all the answers, but about guiding others to find their own strength and wisdom. This revelation was a turning point, a deepening of his understanding of his role within the forest's intricate web of life. Armed with the wisdom of the seasons, the creatures returned to their glade. They worked together, planting new saplings and clearing away the debris that choked the stream's flow. The deer used their strength to move fallen branches, while the squirrels buried seeds that would one day grow into mighty oaks. The owl watched over them, ensuring that their efforts were guided by the lessons they had learned. As the days passed, the glade began to change. New life sprang from the earth, and the stream's song grew louder with each passing sunrise. The animals found joy in their shared purpose, their bonds strengthened by their common goal. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the forest in hues of pink and gold, Thistle stood by the stream. Its waters now flowed with renewed vigor, a mirror reflecting the sky's early hues. The creatures gathered once more, their hearts light with the satisfaction of a challenge overcome. "Thank you, my friends," Thistle said, his voice carrying the warmth of the morning sun. "Through wisdom and unity, we have restored balance to our home." The creatures nodded, their hearts filled with gratitude for the guidance of the seasons and the strength of their community. They knew that challenges would come and go, but together they could weather any storm. And so the ancient forest stood as a testament to the power of harmony, its secrets whispered by the leaves and carried on the breeze. It was a place where magic and reality intertwined, where the wisdom of the past guided the present, and where every creature had a part to play in the eternal dance of life. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, the animals settled into their nests and burrows. The forest wrapped them in a gentle embrace, a lullaby of rustling leaves and murmuring streams. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, they knew that in their glade, balance and harmony would always prevail. Yet the story of the glade did not end with the restoration of the stream. As seasons turned, whispers spread among the animals about a new creature that had been seen at the forest's edge. It was said to be a large, shadowy figure, its movements silent as the falling snow, its eyes glowing with an unsettling curiosity. Thistle, intrigued and cautious, decided to investigate. Accompanied by the fox, whose cleverness was matched only by his stealth, they ventured toward the forest's boundary. The trees grew denser, the light dimmer, as they approached the place where the forest met the unknown. There, in a clearing bathed in moonlight, they found the creature, a majestic wolf, its fur a cascade of silver under the night sky. Its eyes, though wary, held a wisdom akin to Thistle's own. The wolf introduced herself as Lyra, a wanderer from distant lands drawn by the call of the forest. "I mean no harm," Lyra assured, her voice as soft as the night breeze. "I come seeking refuge and to learn from the harmony of your glade." Thistle, sensing honesty in her words, welcomed Lyra. He understood that the forest, in its vastness, had room for all who respected its balance. The fox, with his quick wit, was the first to befriend her, sharing tales of their adventures and the lessons they had learned from the seasons. Lyra, in turn, shared stories of distant valleys and mountains, of the harsh winters and bountiful springs she had witnessed in her travels. Her presence brought a new depth to the community, a reminder that growth often came from embracing the unfamiliar. As weeks turned into months, Lyra became an integral part of the glade, her keen senses and strength aiding in the continual nurturing of their home. She taught the young ones to listen to the forest's rhythms, to understand the subtle signs of change in the wind and the earth. Through her, Thistle learned the value of openness, of welcoming new perspectives that enriched their collective wisdom. The glade, ever-evolving, thrived with a newfound vibrancy, its story a testament to the enduring power of unity and the ever-expanding tapestry of life. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the forest continued its eternal dance, a sanctuary where balance and harmony were cherished, and where every creature, whether long-standing or newly arrived, played a vital role in the unfolding narrative of their enchanted world. Once upon a time, in a land where the clouds danced in the sky like cotton candy, and the trees whispered secrets to one another, there was a small village called Whimsy Hollow. Nestled between rolling hills of emerald green and a babbling brook that sang a merry tune, this village was home to some of the most delightful and peculiar creatures you could ever hope to meet. In the heart of Whimsy Hollow stood a little cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals. Here lived a cheerful gnome named Tibbles, who had a beard as long as a summer's day and eyes that twinkled like stars. Tibbles was known far and wide for his knack of transforming ordinary pebbles into dazzling jewels with a mere tap of his wooden spoon. Next door to Tibbles, in a treehouse perched high above the ground, resided a sprightly squirrel named Nutmeg. Nutmeg had the fluffiest tail in all the land, and a nose that twitched with curiosity at every new adventure. She loved collecting acorns, but more than that, she adored telling stories as she perched on a branch, her voice echoing through the leaves like a gentle breeze. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the grass and the birds chirped their morning greetings, Tibbles and Nutmeg met at the edge of the brook. They were joined by their dear friend, a wise old turtle named Mr. Ponder. Mr. Ponder wore tiny spectacles perched on his nose and carried a small backpack filled with maps of the world that he had drawn himself. "Good morning, dear friends," Tibbles said, his voice as warm as a cup of cocoa. "I have heard of a curious happening at the Great Meadow." Nutmeg's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, do tell us, Tibbles. What news have you?" Tibbles leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "It seems the Great Meadow has been covered in a thick, purple fog. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the grass has turned a peculiar shade of blue." Mr. Ponder nodded slowly, his gaze thoughtful. "We must investigate this mystery. The Great Meadow is the heart of Whimsy Hollow, and we cannot let it wither away." And so the three friends set off on their quest, their hearts filled with determination and a sprinkle of excitement. As they walked, the sun peeked through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the path, and the brook hummed a cheerful tune by their side. When they arrived at the Great Meadow, they found it just as Tibbles had described. A thick, swirling fog of the deepest purple hung over the landscape, and the once vibrant flowers drooped sadly, their colors muted and pale. Nutmeg scampered up a nearby tree to get a better view. "I can't see where the fog is coming from," she called down, her voice carrying a hint of puzzlement. "It's as if it's just here." Mr. Ponder adjusted his spectacles and peered into the fog, his eyes narrowing with concentration. "I believe this is the work of the fog fiddler," he said, his voice calm yet grave. "The fog fiddler?" Tibbles echoed, his beard quivering with curiosity. "I've heard tales of him, but I thought they were just stories." Mr. Ponder shook his head. "Oh, the fog fiddler is quite real. He plays his enchanted fiddle, and where his music drifts, the fog follows." "But why would he bring the fog here?" Nutmeg wondered aloud, her tail flicking with thought. "We must find him and ask," Mr. Ponder suggested. "Perhaps there's a misunderstanding that can be resolved." And so, with that plan in mind, the trio ventured deeper into the meadow, following the sound of a faint, haunting melody that seemed to beckon them forward. The music was both beautiful and strange, weaving through the air like a silver thread. As they walked, the fog grew thicker, swirling around their feet like a living thing. But they pressed on, guided by the music that grew louder with each step. Finally, they reached the heart of the meadow, where they found the fog fiddler himself. He was a curious sight, with hair as wild as a storm and eyes that sparkled with mischief. He wore a cloak made of mist and held a fiddle that shimmered like moonlight. As he played, the fog danced around him, twirling and swirling in time with the notes. "Hello there," Tibbles called out, his voice friendly and welcoming. "We are from Whimsy Hollow, and we wondered why you've brought your fog here." The fog fiddler paused mid-tune and looked at them with surprise. "Oh, dear me!" he exclaimed, his voice as light as a feather. "I had no idea my music had such an effect. I was simply playing to see what new melodies I could create." Nutmeg giggled, her laughter like the tinkling of bells. "Your music is lovely, but it's causing quite the commotion in our meadow." The fog fiddler frowned, his eyes filled with genuine concern. "I never meant to cause any trouble. I just get so carried away with my music. I shall stop at once." Mr. Ponder stepped forward, his expression gentle. "Perhaps you don't have to stop entirely. Could you play a tune that would clear the fog instead?" The fog fiddler's face brightened with delight. "What a splendid idea! Let me see what I can do." He lifted his fiddle once more and began to play a new melody, one that was light and airy, like the first breath of spring. As he played, the fog began to lift, swirling upwards like smoke and dissolving into the sky. The flowers perked up, their colors returning in a vibrant burst, and the grass shifted back to its lush green hue. The meadow was restored, and the sun shone down warmly, bathing everything in a golden glow. The fog fiddler finished his tune with a flourish, and the last wisps of fog vanished into the blue sky. "Thank you," Tibbles said, his heart full of gratitude. "You've lifted the fog and brought back the beauty of our meadow." The fog fiddler bowed gracefully, a twinkle in his eye. "It was my pleasure. I shall take more care with my music in the future." With the fog gone and the meadow restored, Tibbles, Nutmeg, and Mr. Ponder invited the fog fiddler to join them for a picnic by the brook. They shared stories and laughter, their voices mingling with the gentle babble of the water. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, the friends knew they would always remember this whimsical adventure. They had learned that even the most unexpected of problems could be solved with a little creativity, kindness, and the magic of friendship. And so, with hearts full of joy and bellies full of delicious treats, they bid farewell to the fog fiddler, who promised to visit Whimsy Hollow again soon, but only with music that would bring sunshine and smiles. As night fell over the village, Tibbles, Nutmeg, and Mr. Ponder returned to their cozy homes, the stars twinkling above like 1,000 friendly eyes. And as they drifted off to sleep, they knew that no matter what adventures awaited them next, they would face them together, with laughter and love lighting their way. Story 7. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 8. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 9. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen. Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horus hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the Dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The Dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The Dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first Dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding." Leora thanked the Dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the Dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The Dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost. The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance. Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship. The dryads and sylphs regarded the Heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the Heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the Heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. Story 10. In the heart of a valley cradled by mist-clad hills, there lay a village named Eldergrove, where the whispers of ancient trees mingled with the lullabies of gentle brooks. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to pause, wrapped in the embrace of nature's tender hands, and where stories were the lifeblood of the community, passed from one generation to the next, like precious heirlooms. One such story began on a crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples, and the ground was carpeted with leaves of gold and crimson. In a cozy cottage on the edge of the village, nestled beneath the protective arms of a great oak, lived a young girl named Leora. Her eyes sparkled with the curious light of discovery, and her heart was as open and welcoming as the first blooms of spring. Leora's days were filled with the simple joys of village life, helping her grandmother bake sweet honey cakes, playing in the fields with her friends, and listening to the tales spun by the elders around the evening fire. Yet there was a part of her that longed for something more, a whisper of adventure that danced on the fringes of her imagination. One day, while wandering along a path less traveled, Leora stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of an ancient willow tree was a small, ornate box, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. The box was cool to the touch and vibrated with a gentle hum, as if it contained the very song of the earth. Leora's heart leapt with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Her fingers trembled as she lifted the lid, revealing a soft, glowing orb that pulsed with a gentle, warm light. It was as though she had found a piece of the sun, captured and contained within this mysterious treasure. As Leora gazed into the orb, she felt a strange, comforting presence wrap around her, like a mother's embrace. The world around her faded into a kaleidoscope of soft colors and soothing sounds. She heard the distant murmur of voices, not with her ears, but in the depths of her mind, whispering tales of wonder and wisdom. The orb held a magic that was both ancient and profound, a magic that spoke of hidden worlds and secret paths. As she cradled it in her hands, Leora sensed that this was not merely an object of beauty, but a key to something beyond the ordinary, a gateway to the mysteries that lay beneath the surface of her everyday world. With the orb tucked safely in her satchel, Leora hurried back to the village, her mind alight with questions and possibilities. She knew that she must share this discovery with her dearest friend, Thorn, a boy with a heart as steadfast as a mountain and eyes that mirrored the deep, clear blue of the sky. Thorn was waiting for her at their favorite spot, a sun-dappled glade where the grass was soft and the air was filled with the sweet, heady fragrance of wildflowers. As Leora revealed the orb to him, Thorn's eyes widened in awe, reflecting the ethereal glow that bathed them both in its gentle light. Together, they marveled at the orb, feeling its warmth seep into their bones, filling them with a sense of peace and purpose. They knew that this was a gift, a chance to step beyond the boundaries of their familiar world, to explore the hidden realms that lay just out of sight. With a shared nod of determination, Leora and Thorn decided to embark on a journey, guided by the whispers of the orb and the song of the earth. They would venture into the heart of the forest, where ancient secrets lay waiting to be uncovered, and where their friendship would be tested and strengthened by the challenges they would face. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora and Thorn set off, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of the earth beneath their feet. They walked hand in hand, feeling the pulse of the orb guiding them through the gathering shadows. The forest enveloped them in its embrace, a vast cathedral of towering trees and tangled vines, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the songs of night creatures echoed in the stillness. The path before them was lit by the soft glow of the orb, illuminating the way with a light that felt as though it came from within their very souls. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, they encountered creatures both wondrous and strange. A family of luminescent foxes, whose fur shimmered like moonlight, a wise old owl who watched them with eyes as round as saucers, and a gentle deer with antlers that glowed like stars in the midnight sky. Each encounter left Leora and Thorn filled with a sense of wonder and a deeper understanding of the world around them. They learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to follow the trails of dappled light, and to trust in the strength of their bond, which grew stronger with each passing moment. As the days turned into weeks, the forest revealed its secrets to them, drawing them ever closer to the heart of its magic. They discovered a hidden glade, where the air was filled with the sweet music of 1,000 tiny bells, and a crystal-clear pool that mirrored the sky, its waters infused with the healing power of the earth. It was in this enchanted glade that they found themselves one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky. The orb in Leora's hands pulsed with a gentle, insistent rhythm, as if urging them to look deeper, to open their hearts and minds to the truth that lay hidden beneath the surface. As they sat by the pool, their reflections mingling with the stars above, Leora and Thorn felt a profound sense of peace and connection. The orb's light bathed them in its warmth, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still, as the earth itself held its breath. In that sacred silence, they heard the voice of the forest, a voice both ancient and wise, speaking not with words, but with the language of the heart. It told them of the balance that must be maintained, the harmony that must be preserved between the seen and unseen worlds. The forest, with all its beauty and mystery, was a living, breathing entity, and it needed their help. A shadow had fallen over this hidden realm, a shadow born of neglect and forgetfulness, threatening to unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound it together. Leora and Thorn listened, their hearts heavy with the knowledge of the task before them. They were but two young souls in a vast, interconnected web of life, and yet they felt a deep, unwavering resolve to do what was right, to lend their strength and wisdom to the forest they had come to love. Guided by the orb's gentle light, they set about restoring the balance, working in harmony with the creatures of the forest to heal the wounds and mend the rifts. They planted seeds of hope and kindness, nurtured by the light of the orb and their unwavering friendship. In time, the forest began to heal, its magic flowing once more like a river unbound. The creatures of the forest thrived, their songs filling the air with a joyous symphony of life and renewal. The shadow that had threatened to engulf the hidden realm faded, replaced by a vibrant tapestry of light and color. With their task complete, Leora and Thorn returned to Eldergrove, their hearts filled with the knowledge that they had made a difference, that they had played a part in the preservation of a world that was both magical and real. The orb, its light diminished but its purpose fulfilled, returned to the earth from whence it came, a seed of magic that would one day blossom anew. Leora and Thorn watched as it sank into the soil, knowing that its spirit would live on in the heart of the forest. Their journey had changed them, leaving an indelible mark on their souls. They had discovered not only the hidden wonders of the world around them, but also the boundless strength of their friendship and the deep, abiding connection they shared with all living things. As the village of Eldergrove welcomed them home, Leora and Thorn carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true magic lies in the bonds we forge, the kindness we offer, and the courage we find within ourselves to face the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the gentle glow of the moon, Leora and Thorn embraced their place in the tapestry of life, knowing that their story was but one thread in a vast and wondrous world. With hearts full of gratitude and wonder, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the comforting arms of the earth, as the lullabies of the forest sang them into dreams of light and hope. Story 11. In the heart of the whispering woodlands, where the leaves whispered secrets of old, and the air was scented with a mix of pine and sweet wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village named Tumblebrook. The village was tucked among rolling emerald hills, and was home to a kind-hearted folk who found joy in simple pleasures. Each house was a tapestry of colors, with walls painted in pastel hues and roofs thatched with soft golden straw. At the center of Tumblebrook stood a small, circular garden, lovingly tended by the villagers. It was here that the community gathered each evening to share stories under the twinkling starlight. In the middle of this garden was a fountain, carved from the finest marble, depicting the mythical creatures of the forest: the gentle deer, the wise owl, and the playful fox. As autumn descended upon Tumblebrook, the leaves turned to shades of amber and crimson, creating a warm, cozy atmosphere. But with the change of seasons came a series of peculiar occurrences that puzzled the villagers. Each morning, they awoke to find the paths of their beloved garden rearranged in elaborate patterns, forming shapes and symbols that no one could decipher. The villagers, though not worried, were curious. What could be causing these nightly transformations? Some whispered it was the playful spirits of the forest, while others thought it might be the wind weaving its own magic. But no one knew for sure. Living at the edge of the village was a young girl named Mira. With eyes the color of the forest canopy and hair like spun gold, Mira was known for her keen sense of observation and her deep love for the mysteries of nature. She spent her days wandering through the woods, learning the songs of the birds and the secrets of the trees. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Mira decided to investigate the enigma of the garden. With a soft woolen cloak wrapped around her shoulders, she set off towards the center of the village, her lantern casting a warm glow on the cobblestone paths. As she reached the garden, Mira could feel the gentle hum of magic in the air. She settled on a bench beside the fountain, her eyes scanning the intricate patterns that decorated the ground. They were indeed mesmerizing, swirling and looping in a dance that seemed almost alive. As the night deepened, a soft rustling came from the bushes, and out stepped a creature unlike any Mira had ever seen. It was a spriggan, a tiny forest spirit with skin like bark and eyes that glimmered like dew-kissed leaves. The spriggan approached Mira, its movements light and graceful. "Good evening, young one," it chirped, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I see you are intrigued by the patterns." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, I am. Do you know what they mean?" The spriggan smiled, a twinkle of mischief in its eyes. "The patterns are a message, a riddle of sorts. We spriggans have been weaving them to share the wisdom of the forest with the villagers. But it seems our message has been misunderstood." Mira leaned forward, eager to learn more. "How can we understand it?" The spriggan beckoned her to follow. Together, they walked to the edge of the garden, where the oldest tree in Tumblebrook stood, its branches spreading wide like a guardian watching over the village. The spriggan placed a tiny hand on the tree's bark, and suddenly, the patterns on the ground began to glow softly, connecting like pieces of a puzzle. "The answer lies in the heart of the forest," the spriggan explained. "There is a stone circle deep within the woods where the magic of the forest is at its strongest. If you find it, the mystery will unravel itself." With a grateful heart, Mira thanked the spriggan and promised to seek out the stone circle. The next morning, she set off into the woods, her spirit buoyed by the promise of adventure. The forest was alive with the chatter of animals and the gentle rustle of trees swaying in the breeze. As she ventured deeper, the path became less distinct, dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above. Yet Mira felt guided by an unseen hand, her steps sure and confident. After what felt like hours, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In its center stood the stone circle, ancient and majestic. Mira approached the stones, feeling the hum of magic in the air. She closed her eyes and let the tranquility of the place seep into her bones. As she did, a vision unfurled before her eyes, a tapestry of images and sounds, revealing the wisdom the spriggans wished to share. The vision spoke of harmony, of living in balance with the land and respecting all forms of life. It was a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all beings, a lesson the villagers needed to hear as they prepared for the challenges of the coming winter. With the vision imprinted in her heart, Mira returned to Tumblebrook, where the villagers awaited her eagerly. Gathered in the garden, Mira shared her adventure and the message of the spriggans. The villagers listened intently, their hearts warmed by the gentle wisdom of the forest. From that day forward, the people of Tumblebrook embraced the lesson with open arms. They worked together to ensure that their village thrived in harmony with nature, each person contributing to the well-being of the whole. And as for Mira, she continued to wander the whispering woodlands, always ready for the next mystery to unfold. Her heart was forever touched by the magic of the forest, and she knew that wherever she went, she would carry its gentle wisdom with her. As the night settled over Tumblebrook, a soft breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the echoes of laughter and the promise of new adventures. And in the heart of the village, the fountain sang its soothing melody, a reminder that in the gentle embrace of nature, there was always a home. Story 12. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the ages and the streams sang lullabies, there lay a cozy little village named Wren Hollow. The village was nestled gently between emerald hills and a sprawling, sun-dappled meadow. Each cottage in Wren Hollow was adorned with blooming window boxes and chimneys from which curled wisps of fragrant wood smoke. The villagers were known for their warmth and kindness, and life there moved at a gentle, soothing pace. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast golden fingers across the landscape, something peculiar began to unfold. The villagers awoke to find their beloved wishing well, a centuries-old landmark at the heart of the village square, had dried up overnight. The well was not just any well. Legend held that it was watched over by the gentle spirit of an old forest guardian, and it had always provided the clearest water and granted small wishes made with pure hearts. The village elder, a wise and gentle man named Elder Rowan, gathered the villagers at the square. His weathered face, framed by a halo of white hair, was etched with concern, yet his eyes twinkled with the calm assurance of someone who had seen many seasons and solved many puzzles. "We must discover what has happened to our well," Elder Rowan said, his voice as soothing as a warm cup of honeyed tea. "Though the mystery is strange, I am confident that with careful thought and a little help from our friends, we will set things right." Amongst the villagers was a young girl named Miri, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Miri was known for her sharp mind and gentle heart, and she felt a tug at her heartstrings as she gazed at the dry well. She approached Elder Rowan, determination lighting her features. "Elder Rowan, may I help unravel this mystery?" Miri asked. Her voice was a soft melody, carried on the breeze. Elder Rowan smiled warmly. "Ah, Miri, I knew you would step forward. Your heart is as true as the forest path. Let us gather clues and seek wisdom from those who dwell in the woods." With this, Miri set off, accompanied by Elder Rowan and a few other villagers. They decided to seek the advice of the woodland creatures, who were known to be wise and observant. As they entered the forest, the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the soft rustle of creatures in the underbrush. Their first stop was to visit Bramble, the fox, who was known to be the sharpest of all forest dwellers. His den was nestled beneath a sprawling oak, and as they approached, Bramble emerged with a knowing gleam in his eye. "Ah, I have heard about the well," Bramble said, his voice a low, comforting purr. "The night before it dried, I noticed something unusual. A mist, thicker than any I had ever seen, crept through the woods, heading straight for your village." Miri pondered Bramble's words, her mind whirring with possibilities. "Thank you, Bramble. We shall keep your observation in mind." Next, they visited Lyra, the wise old owl who resided in the highest branches of a towering pine. Lyra's feathers were as soft as moonlight, and her eyes held the wisdom of many lifetimes. Lyra listened intently as Miri explained their predicament. "The forest holds many secrets," Lyra hooted thoughtfully, "but I have seen something that might help. Near the crescent pond, I noticed strange footprints, neither animal nor human, leading towards the village." Thanking Lyra, Miri felt the pieces of the puzzle beginning to fit together. With Elder Rowan's guidance, they followed the trail to Crescent Pond. The air was crisp and filled with the sweet scent of pine and moss. As they reached the pond, they found the footprints Lyra had mentioned, leading towards a shimmering patch in the forest, where the air seemed to shimmer like the surface of a bubble. Approaching cautiously, Miri noticed a figure emerging from the shimmering patch, an ethereal being with skin like glistening dew and eyes like starlit skies. It was a water sprite, one of the ancient protectors of the forest's waters. "I am Ira," the sprite spoke, her voice a gentle ripple. "Forgive my intrusion into your world. I have been seeking help, for a mischievous wind spirit has stolen the heart of my pond, causing the waters to recede." Miri's heart ached with empathy for the sprite. "Oh, Ira, we would be glad to help return your pond's heart. Perhaps that will help restore our well, too." With Ira's guidance, Miri and her companions ventured deeper into the forest, where they found the mischievous wind spirit, Zephyr, playing with a crystalline orb that shimmered with the light of captured moonbeams. Zephyr, sensing their approach, paused his antics and regarded them with curious eyes. "Ah, visitors! What brings you to my playful realm?" Miri stepped forward, her voice kind yet firm. "Zephyr, we believe you have something that belongs to Ira, the heart of her pond. Without it, our village's well has also dried up. We ask that you return it to its rightful place." Zephyr, who despite his mischief was not unkind, tilted his head thoughtfully. "I meant no harm, only a bit of fun. If it means so much to you, I shall return it." With a gentle puff, Zephyr released the orb, watching it float back into Ira's grasp. The sprite's smile was as bright as 1,000 dawns, and she thanked Zephyr and the villagers for their understanding. Together, they returned to Crescent Pond, where Ira placed the orb back into the water. Instantly, the pond filled with life, its waters dancing under the sparkling sunlight. As if in response, a gentle rumble echoed through the woods, and they knew that the wishing well had been restored. Back in Wren Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the well, now brimming with clear, cool water. Miri's heart swelled with joy as she looked around at the smiling faces of her friends and neighbors. Elder Rowan placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, pride shining in his eyes. "You have shown us all the power of empathy and collaboration, dear Miri," Elder Rowan said warmly. "Our village is richer for your kindness and wisdom." With the mystery resolved, the villagers celebrated with a feast, their laughter and stories mingling with the crackling of the evening hearth fires. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Miri and her friends felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that through understanding and friendship, any challenge could be overcome. And so, the village of Wren Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle whispers of the forest and the serene knowledge that all was well once more. Story 13. In a quaint village nestled between the gentle slopes of mist-kissed hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young weaver named Lyra. The village was a tapestry of colors, with cobblestone paths winding through cottages adorned with blooming window boxes. Each morning, golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced on the ground like playful spirits. Lyra, with her raven-black hair and eyes the color of autumn leaves, was known for her exquisite weaving skills. Her fingers moved as if in a graceful dance, crafting tapestries that seemed to capture the very essence of dreams. Yet despite her talent, Lyra felt a deep unease within herself. Change was on the horizon. She felt it in the shifting winds and in the rustle of the leaves that whispered secrets she couldn't quite understand. As the seasons turned and summer mellowed into the crisp embrace of autumn, Lyra noticed something peculiar. Each evening, as the village was cloaked in the velvety dark of twilight, a single radiant firefly would find its way to her window. Its glow was unlike any other, soft yet vibrant, with hues that shifted from emerald to sapphire. Night after night, the firefly returned, its presence a gentle reminder of something just beyond her reach. Despite its beauty, Lyra was unsettled by the firefly's visits. She was wary of the changes it seemed to herald, changes she wasn't sure she was ready to face. Yet, she could not deny the firefly's allure, nor could she ignore the whisper of curiosity it ignited within her heart. One evening, feeling particularly restless, Lyra decided to follow the firefly, hoping it might lead her to an answer, or at least some clarity. As she stepped out into the crisp night, the firefly beckoned her with its soft glow, leading her along the familiar paths of the village and toward the heart of the whispering woods. The woods were a sanctuary of tranquility, where the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and earth, and the silence was broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. Lyra followed the firefly deeper into the forest, her footsteps muffled by the soft carpet of fallen leaves. As she walked, Lyra found herself accompanied by the comforting presence of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl perched on a branch above, watching her with eyes like liquid amber. A family of rabbits paused in their nocturnal foraging to regard her with gentle curiosity, and the trees themselves seemed to lean closer, their branches whispering words of encouragement. Finally, the firefly led Lyra to a glade bathed in moonlight, where the air shimmered with a palpable magic. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like a sage in meditation. Beneath its boughs, the firefly hovered, its glow illuminating a small silver pool. Lyra hesitated at the edge of the pool, her reflection shimmering on the surface like a painting. The firefly settled on her shoulder, its warmth a gentle reassurance. As she gazed into the water, Lyra saw not only her own reflection, but glimpses of her past, the joys and sorrows, the triumphs and fears that had shaped her. In that moment, Lyra understood that the change she feared was not something to be resisted, but embraced. The firefly's glow, a mirror of the light within her, revealed that transformation was not about losing oneself, but about becoming more fully who she was meant to be. With newfound clarity, Lyra dipped her fingers into the pool, watching as ripples spread across the surface, carrying away her doubts and fears. She felt a warmth spreading through her, a gentle blossoming of courage and acceptance. When she finally turned to leave the glade, the firefly led her back through the woods, its light now a beacon of hope rather than uncertainty. The wise old owl hooted a farewell, and the rabbits watched her departure with soft eyes, as if they, too, understood the journey she had undertaken. Back in her cottage, Lyra returned to her loom with a heart full of peace. Her fingers danced across the threads, weaving a tapestry that told the story of her journey, a story of change, of fear and courage, of light found in the darkest of places. As she worked, the firefly settled by her window, its glow a constant companion. Lyra smiled, knowing that she was not alone and that she had found the strength to embrace the changes within and around her. The village continued its gentle rhythm, the seasons turning as they always had, and Lyra, with her newfound wisdom and peace, wove tapestries that were more beautiful than ever, each one a testament to the magic of personal growth and transformation. And so, beneath the starlit sky and the rustling leaves, Lyra discovered that change, though daunting, was a journey to be embraced, a journey that led to unexpected beauty and a deeper understanding of oneself. With the firefly's glow as her guide, Lyra knew she would always find her way home, no matter how far she wandered. And in that knowledge she found comfort and joy, her heart forever open to the magic of transformation. Story 14. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches weaving a canopy that filtered sunlight into a soft, dappled glow, there lived a community of creatures hidden from human eyes. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets, and the rustle of leaves spoke in a language only the forest dwellers could understand. The forest was a place of harmony, where each creature played its part in the delicate balance of nature. Among them was Finn, a gentle fox with fur as red as the autumn leaves that carpeted the forest floor. Finn was known for his wise, amber eyes that seemed to see beyond the present into stories of the past and whispers of the future. As the chill of winter began to creep into the air, the forest prepared for its long slumber. The squirrels busily gathered acorns, their tiny paws moving with urgency. The birds, sensing the shift in the seasons, sang their twilight songs before taking flight to warmer lands. Finn watched them with a serene understanding, his heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Finn trotted through the forest, his paws silent on the soft, mossy ground. He was on his way to the great oak, an ancient tree whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches kissed the clouds. The great oak was the heart of the forest, a tree that held the wisdom of countless seasons. As Finn approached, he noticed a gathering of creatures beneath the great oak's boughs. There was Lyra, the wise old owl whose feathers shimmered like silver in the moonlight, and Mira, the gentle doe with eyes that reflected the kindness of the forest itself. Even the mischievous raccoons with their bandit masks were there, sitting quietly for once. Finn took his place among them, feeling the peace of the forest settle around him like a soft, warm blanket. Lyra, with a voice as soft as a lullaby, began to speak. "The time has come," she said, "to share the tales of our ancestors, to remember the lessons of the past and carry them into the future." Finn listened intently as Lyra recounted the tale of the first snowfall, a magical phenomenon that marked the true arrival of winter. It was said that the snow was a gift from the ice spirits, gentle beings who floated through the sky, their breath turning the world into a sparkling wonderland. The snow covered the forest in a blanket of purity, reminding all creatures of the beauty of stillness and the importance of rest. As the story unfolded, Finn could almost feel the icy touch of the first snowflake on his nose, the crispness of the air, and the quiet hush that fell over the forest as the snow muffled all sound. He imagined the way the moonlight would dance on the snow's surface, turning the forest into a realm of dreams. Lyra's tale was not just about the snow, but also about the importance of balance. The ice spirits, though kind, could be fierce when the balance was threatened. It was a reminder to the creatures of the forest to live in harmony with their surroundings, to take only what they needed, and to give back in kind. As the story came to a close, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if savoring the wisdom that had been shared. Finn felt a warmth in his heart, a connection to the past and a promise to the future. He knew that he, like all the creatures in the forest, was a guardian of this balance, a keeper of the wisdom that flowed like a river through the ages. With the tale told, the creatures began to drift back to their homes, the night wrapping them in its gentle embrace. Finn lingered a moment longer, gazing up at the great oak, its branches silhouetted against the starry sky. He felt a sense of peace, knowing that he was part of something much larger than himself, a living tapestry of life that stretched beyond the horizon. As he turned to leave, Finn caught a glimmer of movement in the corner of his eye. A tiny fairy, no larger than a flower petal, fluttered near, her wings shimmering like the surface of a sunlit stream. She hovered for a moment, her eyes meeting Finn's, and in that brief instant, a silent understanding passed between them. With a tinkling laugh that sounded like the chiming of distant bells, she darted away, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust that glowed softly in the moonlight. Finn smiled to himself as he made his way back to his den, the gentle rustle of the forest singing him to sleep. He knew that when the sun rose again, the forest would be waiting, ready to share its secrets with those who listened, and to teach the timeless lessons of harmony and balance to all who called it home. And so, with dreams of snowflakes and fairies, Finn drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, cradled by the gentle arms of the ancient forest. Story 15. In the quaint village of Willow, nestled amidst whispering woods and meandering brooks, there was a little shop named Whimsy Wonders. Its windows were adorned with delicate lace curtains, and its doorbells chimed like soft laughter in the wind. The shopkeeper, a kindly old gentleman named Mr. Flax, had a twinkle in his eye and a story for every item on his dusty shelves. One chilly autumn evening, a young girl named Lily wandered into Whimsy Wonders. Her cheeks were rosy from the brisk air, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Her family had recently moved to the village, and she was eager to explore every nook and cranny of her new home. The shop was filled with peculiar objects, clocks that ticked backward, teapots that whistled tunes, and books that whispered secrets when opened. "Good evening, Lily," greeted Mr. Flax, recognizing her from her previous visits. "What brings you to my little corner of magic today?" Lily grinned, her fingers tracing the edge of a porcelain cat with eyes that seemed to follow her. "I'm looking for something special, something magical," she replied earnestly. Mr. Flax chuckled softly, the sound warm and inviting like a crackling fire. "Magic, you say? Let me see." He shuffled over to a dusty corner of the shop and retrieved a small, nondescript box. It was wrapped in faded blue velvet, tied with a silver ribbon that glimmered softly in the dim light. "This," he said, placing the box in Lily's hands, "is the compass of dreams. It's quite ordinary to look at, but it holds the power to guide you to what your heart truly desires." Lily's eyes widened as she untied the ribbon and lifted the lid. Inside lay a simple brass compass, its needle spinning lazily before settling on a direction that seemed to point toward the heart rather than north. "How does it work?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and skepticism. "Ah, that's the secret," Mr. Flax replied with a wink. "It doesn't lead you to places, but to possibilities. It will show you paths not yet taken, choices unmade, and dreams unfulfilled. But remember, it's your heart that guides it." Thanking Mr. Flax, Lily tucked the compass into her pocket and stepped out into the crisp evening air. The sky was a canvas of twilight hues, and the stars peeked out shyly from behind the clouds. She felt a strange, comforting warmth in her chest, as if the compass had already begun its work. As the days passed, Lily found herself drawn to places she had never noticed before. The compass led her to a grove of ancient oak trees, their leaves whispering secrets in the wind. Here she met Sylvan, a gentle woodland sprite with eyes the color of emeralds and a laugh like tinkling bells. Sylvan became Lily's first friend in Willowbrook, teaching her about the forest and its many wonders. Together, they discovered hidden glens and sparkling streams, each adventure more enchanting than the last. With Sylvan's guidance, Lily learned to listen to the forest, to understand its language, and respect its rhythms. But the compass had more in store for Lily. It guided her to the village library, an old stone building with ivy-clad walls and windows that glowed warmly in the evenings. There she met Miss Prudence, the librarian, whose love for books was matched only by her love for tea and conversation. Miss Prudence, with her gentle voice and kind eyes, introduced Lily to worlds beyond her imagination. She told tales of distant lands and ancient heroes, of courage and kindness. Through these stories, Lily began to understand the importance of wisdom and the power of friendship. One day, the compass pointed Lily toward a small, neglected garden at the edge of the village. Its once vibrant flowers were wilted, and its paths were overgrown with weeds. Here she met Mr. Thomas, an elderly gardener with hands like gnarled roots and a heart as tender as new leaves. Mr. Thomas, who had once tended the garden with love and care, had grown too old to maintain it alone. Sensing his quiet sadness, Lily offered her help. Together, they worked to restore the garden, planting seeds and nurturing the soil. As they worked, Mr. Thomas shared stories of his youth, of seasons and cycles, of growth and renewal. Through these encounters, Lily's journey unfolded. The compass, though magical, had led her not to treasures or grand adventures, but to connections that enriched her life. Each friend she made, each story she heard, was a thread in the tapestry of her heart. One evening, as she sat by the village brook with Sylvan, Miss Prudence, and Mr. Thomas, Lily realized the true magic of the compass. It had guided her not just outward, but inward, to the depths of her own heart, teaching her to see the beauty in the world and the strength within herself. With her friends by her side, Lily felt a sense of peace and belonging she had never known before. The compass had fulfilled its purpose, showing her that the greatest journey was not one of distance, but of discovery. As the stars twinkled above like 1,000 gentle eyes, Lily knew that wherever the compass led her next, she would follow with courage and an open heart. For she had learned that magic was not in the objects we find, but in the friendships we make and the love we share. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, where every day held a new wonder, Lily's story began anew. A tale woven with dreams and laughter, whispered softly like the wind through the trees. Story 16. In a quiet corner of the galaxy, where the stars twinkled like tiny lanterns strung across a vast, dark tapestry, there existed a quaint little planet known as Luminara. Luminara was famous for its shimmering skies and its gentle creatures, the lumens. These beings were small, with translucent wings that glowed with a soft, comforting light. On the neighboring planet of Zinthar, nestled in the midst of swirling nebulae, lived the Zinths. Unlike the lumens, the Zinths were tall and sturdy, covered in scales that shimmered with 1,000 colors when touched by light. Their voices rumbled like distant thunder, and their laughter was as deep as the oceans of their vibrant world. Despite the vastness of space, these two planets were close enough that their inhabitants often heard tales of each other. However, misunderstandings and myths had created a chasm of mistrust between them. The lumens believed the Zinths to be fierce and unfriendly, while the Zinths thought the lumens were fragile and unadventurous. On a particularly starry night, a young lumen named Fira found herself gazing at the sky, her wings casting a soft glow around her. She was a curious soul, often dreaming of distant worlds and adventures beyond her gentle home. Meanwhile, on Zinthar, a Zinth named Kor was doing the same, his scales reflecting the starlight as he pondered the mysteries of the universe. As fate would have it, a rare cosmic event, a Starlink surge, occurred that very night. This phenomenon caused a temporary bridge of light to form between Luminara and Zinthar, a shimmering path that connected the two worlds. Drawn by an irresistible sense of wonder, Fira and Kor independently decided to explore this bridge, each stepping onto it with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The bridge was a marvel, made of pure starlight and cosmic energy, and it carried them gently through space until they met at its center. The sight of each other stopped them in their tracks. Fira's glow dimmed slightly with uncertainty, while Kor's scales rippled with a cascade of colors, reflecting his surprise. "Hello," Fira ventured, her voice a gentle whisper carried by the cosmic breeze. "Greetings," Kor replied, his voice a deep rumble that resonated through the bridge. They stood facing each other, two beings from different worlds, each wary yet intrigued by the other. Fira's curiosity got the better of her, and she fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "You're not as fierce as I imagined," she admitted, her eyes wide with wonder. Kor chuckled, a sound like rolling thunder that was surprisingly warm. "And you are not as fragile as I was told." Their initial conversation was tentative, filled with pauses and pondering, but as they shared stories of their worlds, they found laughter in their differences and comfort in their similarities. Fira spoke of Luminara's glowing gardens and gentle breezes, while Kor described Zinthar's vibrant jungles and majestic cliffs. However, as they chatted, the Starlink surge began to wane, the bridge flickering slightly. A sense of urgency filled the air, and both realized they might not have much time left together. "We should explore more," Kor suggested, a hint of longing in his voice. Fira nodded, her wings fluttering with enthusiasm. "Let's see where this bridge leads." Together, they set off along the path, their steps in harmony. As they journeyed, they encountered cosmic storms and swirling nebulae, challenges that tested their newfound friendship. During a particularly fierce storm, Fira's light dimmed, overwhelmed by the dark clouds. Kor, sensing her struggle, used his scales to reflect light around them, creating a protective halo that guided them through the tempest. Later, when they reached a nebula filled with enchanting yet confusing illusions, it was Fira's gentle glow that helped them find their way, her light cutting through the mesmerizing patterns to reveal the true path. Through these challenges, they learned to trust and rely on each other's strengths. The bridge, once a mere curiosity, became a symbol of their growing bond, a testament to the courage found in friendship. As they neared the end of the bridge, where it began to dissolve back into the stars, a gentle sadness settled over them. They had shared an adventure neither would forget, but now it was time to return to their respective worlds. "I will miss this," Fira said softly, her glow tinged with melancholy. Kor nodded, his scales flickering with a myriad of colors. "So will I. But perhaps when the stars align again, we can meet once more." Farah smiled, her wings lifting slightly with hope. "Yes, until then, we will carry this friendship across the stars." With a final embrace, they parted ways, each carrying a piece of the other in their hearts as they returned to their homes. Back on Luminara, Fira's stories of her adventure and her new friend inspired others to look beyond their world with open hearts. On Zinthar, Kor's tales of his journey and the gentle Lumen he met led to a newfound curiosity and appreciation for the universe beyond. And so, under the vast, twinkling stars, the unlikely friendship between a Lumen and a Zinth bridged the gap between their worlds, teaching both species that true friendship knows no boundaries and that understanding and kindness can light the darkest corners of the galaxy. Story 17. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees reached towards the heavens and sunlight danced through the emerald canopy, there thrived a vibrant world teeming with natural wonders and enchantment. This realm, hidden from the eyes of many, was a sanctuary where the boundaries between reality and magic intertwined seamlessly. Nestled within the embrace of gnarled roots and moss-covered stones, a community of woodland creatures lived in harmony with the rhythms of nature. Among them were the wise old oak elves, guardians of the forest's ancient knowledge. Their wizened faces etched with wisdom gathered over countless seasons. They watched over the delicate balance that sustained all life within these verdant confines. One such elder, Oakroot, had seen the changing of 1,000 autumns and the rebirth of as many springs. His eyes, deep pools of ancient lore, twinkled with joy as he observed the forest's inhabitants going about their days. From the bushy-tailed squirrels scampering along branches, gathering nuts for the winter, to the graceful deer grazing upon the lush undergrowth, each creature played its part in the harmonious symphony of nature. As the seasons shifted, the forest resonated with magical phenomena tied to the ever-changing weather. In the depths of winter, when the world lay blanketed in pristine snow, the frost fairies would emerge, their gossamer wings leaving trails of glittering frost upon every surface they touched. Their crystalline laughter echoed through the bare branches, heralding the arrival of the coldest days. With the first blush of spring, the air would grow thick with the fragrance of awakening blooms, and the melodic trills of songbirds would fill the forest once more. It was during this time of renewal that the dryads, guardians of the trees, would emerge from their wooden sanctuaries, their lithe forms adorned with garlands of new growth. They would dance among the wildflowers, coaxing forth the vibrant hues that painted the forest floor. The long, languid days of summer brought with them the playful antics of the water sprites. These mischievous beings could be found frolicking in the crystal-clear streams, their laughter mingling with the gentle burbling of the currents. It was said that their presence brought forth an abundance of life, nourishing the forest with their watery blessings. As autumn's fiery hues graced the canopy, the forest prepared for the long slumber of winter. The woodland creatures, guided by the wisdom of the elders, busied themselves with gathering provisions and fortifying their homes. It was during this time that Oakroot would gather the younglings around the warmth of a crackling fire, regaling them with tales of the forest's rich history and the importance of respecting the delicate balance that sustained them all. "Remember, little ones," he would say, his voice carrying the weight of generations past, "we are but temporary guardians of this sacred place. It is our duty to ensure that the cycle of life continues, uninterrupted, for the forest has nurtured us since the dawn of time." As the embers danced and shadows danced upon the ancient trunks, the younglings would listen, enraptured, their eyes wide with wonder. For in this hidden realm, where the extraordinary was woven into the fabric of everyday life, the wisdom of the elders was a treasured inheritance, passed down through the ages to ensure that the harmony between nature and magic would endure for centuries to come. Story 18. The Whispering Stones. In a small, quiet village nestled amidst a sprawling green valley, where the air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of blooming wildflowers, there lived a young boy named Aidan. His days were spent exploring the lush meadows and listening to the rustling leaves that seemed to whisper secrets only he could hear. The village was surrounded by a dense forest, a mosaic of towering trees whose branches intertwined to form a canopy, filtering the sunlight into gentle patches that danced upon the forest floor. Aidan was a curious soul, always eager to learn about the world beyond his simple village. His eyes sparkled with the wonder of the unknown, and his heart beat with the rhythm of adventure. His closest companion was Luna, a gentle, wise old cat with fur as soft as spun wool and eyes as bright as emeralds. Luna had been with Aidan since he was a small child, always by his side, her purrs a comforting lullaby on restless nights. One sunny afternoon, while wandering through the forest, Aidan stumbled upon something extraordinary. Hidden beneath a thick blanket of fallen leaves, a cluster of stones lay in a perfect circle. They were not ordinary stones. They shimmered with an unearthly glow, a soft luminescence that pulsed gently like a heartbeat. Intrigued, Aidan knelt down, brushing the leaves aside to get a better look. He felt an inexplicable urge to touch them, and as his fingers grazed the cool surface, a tingling sensation ran up his arm. Suddenly, the air around him shimmered, and the forest seemed to blur and fade away. Aidan found himself standing in a place both familiar and strange. The trees here were taller, their bark a rich, deep brown, and their leaves a vibrant green, as if the very essence of life thrummed within them. It was a hidden world, a secret realm within the ordinary forest, cloaked in magic and mystery. Luna, who had followed Aidan faithfully, wound around his legs, her purrs resonating with the gentle hum of the stones. It was as though the stones had transported to a place where time trickled slower, where magic was as tangible as the earth beneath their feet. Aidan felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a touch of apprehension. What lay within this hidden world? What secrets did it hold? As they ventured deeper into this enchanted forest, the path beneath their feet seemed to guide them, leading them toward a clearing where sunlight spilled like liquid gold. In the center of the clearing stood a grand ancient oak, its branches stretching skyward, as if trying to touch the heavens themselves. The tree's immense trunk was gnarled and twisted, each knot and whorl a testament to the centuries it had witnessed. Beneath the oak's sprawling branches sat an elderly woman, her hair a cascade of silver, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. She was surrounded by an assortment of woodland creatures, rabbits, foxes, deer, all gathered around her with an air of reverence. Aidan felt a warmth spreading through him, a sense of peace and belonging he had never experienced before. "Welcome, young traveler," the woman spoke, her voice as soft as the whispering leaves. "I am Celine, the guardian of this realm. You have found the Whispering Stones, and they have deemed you worthy of entering our world." Aidan listened, captivated by her gentle voice. "What is this place?" he asked, his curiosity burning brighter than ever. "This is the Heartwood," Celine replied, gesturing to the forest around them. a place where magic flows freely, where the trees and creatures live in harmony. It is hidden from those who do not possess the courage and kindness you have shown. Luna meowed softly, rubbing against Aiden's leg, as if to remind him that he was not alone in this wondrous adventure. Celine smiled at the cat, acknowledging her presence with a nod. "The Whispering Stones have chosen you, Aiden," Celine continued. "They sense a purity in your heart, a longing for wisdom and understanding. There is a task you must undertake, a journey that will test your spirit and teach you the true essence of friendship and courage." Aiden felt a flutter of both excitement and trepidation. "What must I do?" he asked, his voice steady despite the butterflies in his stomach. Celine gazed at him kindly. "The Heartwood is in danger. A shadow has fallen upon it, a darkness that seeks to drain the life from our world. You must journey to the source of this blight and restore the balance. Along the way, you will meet those who will aid you, and together, you will find the strength to overcome the challenges ahead." Aiden nodded, determination flaring within him. He felt the weight of the task ahead, but also the thrill of purpose. Luna meowed again, her eyes meeting his with a look of unwavering support. With Celine's blessing and the guidance of the Whispering Stones, Aiden and Luna set off into the depths of the Heartwood. The forest seemed alive, the trees whispering secrets in a language he could almost understand. The path wound through groves of towering birches, their white bark gleaming in the dappled sunlight, and past streams that babbled merrily over smooth stones. As they traveled, Aiden and Luna encountered many creatures of the Heartwood. There was Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves, who chattered excitedly about the wonders of the forest. He became their guide, leading them through hidden paths and secret glades. Then there was Myra, a gentle doe whose eyes held a depth of understanding beyond her years. She offered them insight into the ways of the Heartwood, teaching Aiden to listen to the whispers of the trees. Together, the unlikely band of friends journeyed through the heart of the forest, their bond growing stronger with each step. Aiden learned to trust in their combined wisdom and courage, finding a sense of belonging he had never known before. With Luna by his side and the guidance of his new friends, he felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As they ventured deeper into the Heartwood, the shadows grew darker, the air heavy with an unspoken fear. The trees here were twisted and gnarled, their leaves a sickly yellow that crunched underfoot. Aiden's heart ached at the sight, a deep sadness for the suffering of the forest. It was Finn who led them to the source of the blight, a dark, swirling vortex of shadow that pulsed with malevolent energy. It was a place where the magic of the Heartwood was being drained, leaving the land barren and lifeless. Aiden felt a surge of determination. He knew what he had to do. Drawing upon the wisdom of his friends and the strength of his heart, he stepped forward, Luna at his side. Together, they faced the darkness, their courage a beacon of light in the encroaching shadow. With a deep breath, Aiden reached out, feeling the magic of the Whispering Stones thrumming within him. He focused on the warmth and love that bound him to his friends, the gentle strength that had carried them through their journey. The shadows writhed and twisted, but Aiden's light shone brighter, a testament to the power of friendship and hope. Slowly, the darkness began to recede, the blight lifting from the Heartwood. The trees straightened, their leaves turning a vibrant green once more. The air was filled with the joyous songs of birds, and the forest breathed a sigh of relief. Aiden's heart swelled with triumph and gratitude. He had done it, not alone, but with the help of his friends. They had saved the Heartwood, restoring the balance and bringing light back to the hidden world. As they made their way back to the clearing, where Celine waited with a smile of pride, Aiden felt a deep sense of fulfillment. He had learned the true meaning of friendship, the strength that could be found in unity and trust. Celine greeted them warmly, her eyes shining with gratitude. "You have done well, Aiden," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "The Heartwood is safe once more, thanks to your courage and the bond you share with your friends." Aiden smiled, feeling the warmth of her words wrap around him like a comforting embrace. He had grown, not just in knowledge, but in heart and spirit. The journey had changed him, leaving him with a deeper understanding of himself and the world around him. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the forest. Aiden and his friends sat beneath the ancient oak, their hearts full of contentment. Luna purred softly, curled up beside him, her presence a constant source of comfort and love. In the heart of the heartwood, surrounded by the gentle whispers of the trees and the warmth of friendship, Aiden felt truly at peace. The journey had come to an end, but the lessons he had learned would stay with him forever. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Aiden closed his eyes, lulled to sleep by the soothing sounds of the forest. The whispering stones had chosen well, for they had found a hero in a young boy with a kind heart and a spirit as bright as the morning sun. And so, in the hidden world of the Heartwood, where magic flowed like a gentle river and friendship had the power to heal, Aiden's story became a part of the ancient tapestry of the forest, a tale of courage, hope, and the enduring strength of the bonds that unite us all. As the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Aiden awoke to the sound of birds singing a new song of joy and renewal. The Heartwood was alive with the vibrant energy of life, and Aiden felt a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that he would always have a place in this magical realm. Gathering his friends around him, Aiden made a silent promise to return whenever the Heartwood called, ready to protect and cherish the hidden world that had become his second home. With Luna purring contentedly in his arms, he knew that his journey was just beginning, and that the magic of the Whispering Stones would guide him on many more adventures to come. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit brimming with hope, Aiden stepped back into the ordinary world, forever changed by the wonders of the Heartwood and the enduring power of friendship. Story 19. In the serene stretch of the galaxy known as the Luminous Belt, where stardust shimmered like a river of diamonds against the velvet of space, two very different worlds harbored life. One was the lush, verdant planet of Verdancia, where towering emerald canopies brushed the clouds, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming flora. The other, a stark contrast, was the crystalline planet of Glaciera, its surface a tapestry of ice and snow, reflecting the sun's rays in a dazzling dance of light. From Verdancia hailed a gentle being named Lyra, her form as fluid and graceful as the vines of her homeland. Her skin had a soft emerald hue, and her eyes glowed like two tranquil pools. Lyra possessed a deep connection to nature, able to coax even the most stubborn of plants to bloom with just a whisper. From Glaciera came Kale, a sturdy figure carved seemingly from the ice itself. His crystalline skin sparkled under the sun, and his heart was as steadfast as the frozen rivers of his home. Despite his robust exterior, Kale's soul was as warm as the hearths that glowed in the icy caverns of Glaciera. Their paths first crossed in the bustling, interstellar hub of Solara Station, a place where beings from all corners of the universe came to trade, learn, and explore. It was a place of vibrant energy, with corridors lined with stalls selling everything from rare minerals to exotic fruits. The air was filled with the hum of conversation in countless languages, each carrying stories of distant stars. Lyra had ventured to Solara Station to seek a rare crystal known to enhance plant growth, hoping to bring it back to Verdancia to aid in a particularly stubborn harvest. Kale was there on a mission to exchange Glaciera's precious ice sculptures for seeds that could introduce new life forms to his icy world. Fate, however, had its own plans. In the crowded marketplace, as Lyra admired a stall adorned with shimmering crystals, a misunderstanding unfolded. Kale, unaware of Lyra's presence, reached for the same crystal she had been admiring. Their hands brushed, and the crystal tumbled to the ground, shattering into 1,000 iridescent shards. Lyra's heart sank, her dreams of a bountiful harvest slipping away with the fractured crystal. Kale, seeing her distress, immediately apologized, his voice as steady as a glacier. "I am truly sorry, I did not see you there." Despite his sincerity, Lyra's frustration got the better of her. "Do you not watch where you walk?" she snapped, her usual calm demeanor faltering. The misunderstanding sparked tension between them, two strangers from distant worlds, each with their own burdens. But as the shards lay glittering at their feet like fallen stars, an elderly vendor who had witnessed the incident stepped forward. "Perhaps," she said with a knowing smile, "the universe has brought you together for a reason beyond mere crystals." Reluctantly, Lyra and Kale agreed to sit with the vendor over a steaming cup of fragrant nebula tea. As they sipped the warm brew, the vendor shared tales of her own journeys, weaving stories of friendship and understanding across the stars. Slowly the tension eased, and Lyra and Kale found themselves sharing their own stories of Verdancia's vibrant jungles and Glaciera's serene ice fields. Realizing that their goals were not so different, a tentative camaraderie began to bloom. They decided to help each other. Lyra would assist Kale in finding the rare seeds he sought, and Kale, in return, promised to help her find another crystal. Together, they ventured deeper into the labyrinthine alleys of Solara Station. Along the way, they faced challenges that tested their newfound partnership. A sudden gravity malfunction sent them floating into the air, but Kale's strong grip kept them tethered. When a fierce solar storm threatened to lock down the station, Lyra's calming presence and quick thinking guided them to safety. Through these trials, they learned to communicate beyond words, understanding each other's intentions with just a glance. Lyra came to appreciate Kale's unyielding loyalty, while Kale admired Lyra's gentle wisdom. One evening, as they rested beneath the station's observation dome, watching the stars twinkle like scattered jewels, Lyra turned to Kale. "You know," she said, her voice soft, "I never imagined finding friendship in a place like this." Kale nodded, a smile playing on his lips. "Nor did I, but sometimes the most unexpected paths lead us to the brightest stars." Their quest eventually led them to a secluded chamber, where, bathed in the soft glow of bioluminescent fungi, lay the crystals and seeds they had sought. In that moment, they realized that their journey had given them something far more valuable than any treasure, an enduring friendship that bridged the vastness of space. As they prepared to return to their respective worlds, they promised to keep in touch, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and compassion. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and the warmth of shared memories, they bid farewell to Solara Station, each carrying a piece of the other's world within them. In the years that followed, Verdancia and Glaciera flourished, not just from the exchanged treasures, but from the friendship that had taken root, proving that even in the vastness of the universe, the truest connections are made when hearts, regardless of their origin, beat as one. Story 20. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of an age-old forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, lived a gentle young man named Thomas. Thomas had a humble home filled with the soft glow of candlelight and the comforting scent of baked bread. Though his surroundings were simple, they brimmed with warmth and love. Thomas had always been intrigued by the forest that bordered his village. From his window, he often watched the tall pines sway and listened to the melodic rustle of leaves, which seemed to tell tales of yore. But it was on a particularly crisp autumn evening that his life took an unexpected turn. As the sun set, casting a golden hue over the landscape, Thomas noticed something glinting in the underbrush near the forest's edge. Curiosity piqued, he wandered over, his boots crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. To his astonishment, he discovered an ancient-looking compass, its glass face slightly fogged with age. The compass needle did not point north as one might expect. Instead, it spun slowly, eventually resting in a direction that led deeper into the forest. Thomas felt a gentle pull at his heart, an invitation to follow where the compass led. The next morning, with a small satchel of provisions and the compass clutched in his hand, Thomas set off. The forest welcomed him with open arms, the path softly lit by dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. As he walked, the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth, and the gentle sounds of birdsong accompanied him on his way. Not far into his journey, Thomas encountered a curious creature perched upon a moss-covered log. It was a fox, its fur a fiery red, eyes sparkling with mischief. "Good traveler," the fox spoke with a voice as smooth as velvet, "where might you be headed with that peculiar compass in hand?" Thomas, though surprised, was not frightened by the talking fox. "It seems to guide me somewhere," he replied, "but I know not where." The fox nodded knowingly. "Ah, you seek the heart of the forest, a place known only to those who listen. I shall accompany you, for the journey is more delightful when shared." Thus Thomas and the fox ventured forth together, their friendship blossoming with each step. The fox, with its keen senses, pointed out hidden wonders along their path. A patch of wild violets with a fragrance so delicate, a stream that sang as it danced over pebbles, and the distant call of an owl echoing through the trees. As day turned to night, the forest glowed under a canopy of stars. It was then they met a gentle giant of a bear, lounging beneath a grand oak tree. "Who are these travelers in my woods?" the bear rumbled, though his eyes twinkled with kindness. Thomas introduced himself and the fox, explaining their quest. The bear, with a chuckle like the rumble of distant thunder, offered his guidance. "The compass you hold," he said, "leads not to a place, but to an understanding. You must find the wisdom within." Puzzled, Thomas pondered the bear's words as they continued their journey. The forest thickened, the path less clear, and soon they faced a challenge, a wide river, its waters rushing with determination. Thomas hesitated, unsure how to cross. The fox, ever clever, suggested using the fallen logs nearby to fashion a bridge. Meanwhile, the bear used his strength to steady the makeshift crossing. Together they succeeded, not through force, but through cooperation and shared ideas. On the other side, the forest opened into a serene glade where the moonlight danced upon a tranquil pond. There, reflected in the water, Thomas saw not just his own face, but the faces of his new friends. It was then he understood the compass's true purpose. It had led him to the heart of friendship, where wisdom grew from the bonds they had forged. With gratitude, Thomas thanked the fox and the bear, realizing that the journey had changed him. He had discovered that magic lay not in the compass, but in the connections they had made and the lessons learned along the way. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Thomas returned to his village, the compass now a treasured keepsake of a wondrous adventure. He knew that the heart of the forest would forever be a part of him, a gentle reminder that true magic is found in the simplest of things: friendship, wisdom, and the courage to seek the unknown. And so, in the cozy glow of his home, Thomas would often share tales of his journey by the fireside, his heart warmed by the memories of the fox and the bear, and the gentle whisper of the forest that had become his dear friend. Story 21. In a quiet village, nestled within the embrace of a misty, ancient forest, there lived a gentle soul named Finn. Finn was known for his curiosity and kind heart, often wandering the winding paths that twisted like ribbons through the emerald woods. The villagers would smile warmly as he passed, his pockets always filled with small, thoughtful gifts for those in need: a polished stone for a child, a sprig of lavender for a weary elder. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon and a chill crept into the air, Finn noticed something peculiar. The little stream that sung its way past the village had begun to murmur a different tune. Its waters, usually clear and sparkling, now held a strange shimmer, as if kissed by moonlight even before nightfall. Curious, Finn knelt by the bank, peering into the depths as the cool breeze rustled the leaves overhead. "What do you think it could be?" came a soft voice. Finn turned to see his dear friend, Mira, a skilled herbalist with an ever-present satchel slung over her shoulder. Her eyes, as bright as springtime, were filled with wonder. "I'm not sure," Finn replied, brushing a hand through his sandy hair, "but it feels like the forest is trying to tell us something." Mira nodded, reaching into her satchel to pull out a small, well-worn book. She had collected tales of the forest's magic for years, and together they had spent many an evening unraveling its mysteries by the light of her cozy cottage hearth. As they pondered the shimmering water, a gentle rustle from above drew their gaze. In the branches of an ancient oak, a pair of silver eyes blinked down at them. It was Wendell, the wise owl who had lived in the forest longer than anyone could remember. His feathers were a patchwork of soft grays and browns, blending seamlessly into the twilight. "Perhaps I can be of assistance," Wendell hooted, his voice deep and calming. "The forest speaks in whispers and riddles, but I have learned to listen." "Thank you, Wendell," Finn said with a grateful smile. "Do you know what might be causing the stream to shimmer so strangely?" Wendell tilted his head thoughtfully. "There are tales of a hidden spring in these woods, guarded by the gentle spirits of the forest. It is said that when the balance of nature is disrupted, the spring's magic reaches out, seeking to restore harmony." Mira's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "But what could have disturbed the balance?" Wendell nodded solemnly. That is the mystery we must unravel. Listen to the forest, observe its signs, and you shall find your answer. With renewed determination, Finn and Mira set off into the heart of the forest, the path illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies that danced like tiny lanterns in the gathering dusk. As they walked, the world around them seemed to hum with a gentle energy, as if the trees themselves leaned closer to listen. The first clue came as they entered a grove of ancient willows, their long, graceful branches swaying gently in the breeze. Finn noticed a circle of mushrooms at the base of one tree, their caps glistening with an unusual silvery sheen. "Look here," he called softly to Mira, pointing to the mushrooms. "Could this be a sign?" Mira knelt beside him, brushing her fingers lightly over the mushrooms. "These are mooncap mushrooms," she whispered. "They only appear when the forest's magic is strongest. Perhaps they are guiding us." Encouraged, they pressed on, following the subtle hints left by the forest. A trail of delicate white flowers led them deeper into the woods, their petals glowing softly in the dim light. And finally, they heard it, a gentle, melodic chime, like crystal bells swaying in the breeze. They emerged into a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a small spring bubbled merrily, its waters sparkling like liquid starlight. Around the spring danced delicate creatures with gossamer wings and eyes that shone with kindness, the spirit guardians of the forest. "Welcome, kind travelers," one of the spirits sang, her voice as light as the wind. "We sensed your pure intentions and guided you here." Finn and Mira bowed respectfully, their hearts filled with awe. "We've come to understand why the stream near our village has changed," Mira explained. The spirit nodded, her expression gentle. "A creature of the forest is unwell. A young deer, lost and frightened, has wandered too close to a place of ancient power. His distress has unsettled the balance." Finn felt a pang of empathy. "Can we help him?" "Indeed," the spirit replied, her eyes twinkling. "With your kindness and wisdom, you can guide him back to safety." With the spirit's blessing, Finn and Mira set out to find the young deer. It wasn't long before they heard a soft whimpering nearby. Following the sound, they discovered the deer tangled in a thicket, his eyes wide with fear. "Shh, it's all right," Finn soothed, his voice gentle as he approached. "We're here to help." Mira knelt beside him, her hands skillfully untangling the deer's delicate limbs. "There, you're safe now," she murmured, offering the deer a handful of sweet clover. The deer nuzzled her hand, his trust growing. Slowly, they led him back through the forest, their steps guided by the soft glow of the moon and the reassuring hoot of Wendell, who watched over them from above. When they reached the edge of the forest, the deer paused, turning to gaze at them with gratitude in his eyes. Then, with a graceful leap, he bounded away, disappearing into the shadows. As Finn and Mira returned to the village, they found the stream had resumed its usual song, its waters clear and bright once more. The villagers greeted them with smiles and warm cups of spiced cider, eager to hear their tale. By the flickering light of the fireplace, Finn and Mira recounted their adventure, the room filled with a sense of wonder and contentment. The forest had shared its mystery, and through kindness and friendship, they had restored its harmony. As the last embers glowed softly, Finn settled into his chair, a deep peace settling over him. The forest had many secrets, but he knew that with friends like Mira and Wendell, there was no mystery too great, no challenge too daunting. With a heart full of gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the gentle murmur of the stream playing a lullaby that carried him softly into dreams, while the village nestled under the stars, safe and serene. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a world that lay just beyond the shimmering veil of our own, there existed a quaint little village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Woods. This village, known as Fable Grove, was a place where the ordinary met the extraordinary with a gentle nod of familiarity. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers, and the houses were built with stones that glowed like embers under the sun's tender gaze. It was here that a curious tale unfolded, intertwining magic, mystery, and an unexpected friendship. The protagonist of our story was a young boy named Oliver, whose heart was as open as the endless sky above Fable Grove. Oliver had a particular knack for finding himself amidst the most peculiar happenings, largely due to his insatiable curiosity and a mysterious compass he had inherited from his grandfather. This wasn't an ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, it pointed to places where magic was strongest. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was sweet with the scent of fallen leaves and the sky was painted with pastel hues of dawn, Oliver set out with his compass in hand. The needle spun, danced, and finally settled on a direction leading deep into the whispering woods. His heart fluttered with the excitement of an impending adventure as he followed the path outlined by the compass. The whispering woods were aptly named, for the trees seemed to lean in close to one another, sharing secrets in voices too soft for human ears. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, and the air was filled with the earthy aroma of moss and pine. As Oliver ventured deeper, the woods began to change. The trees grew taller, their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and the whispers grew louder, forming melodies that spoke of ancient tales. Oliver soon reached a clearing, where the compass needle trembled with excitement. At the center of this clearing stood a grand oak tree, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. At its base lay a peculiar door, small and round, covered in intricate carvings of stars and moons. Oliver's heart skipped a beat. He had stumbled upon a hidden world. With gentle hands, Oliver traced the carvings on the door, feeling the warmth of magic seep into his fingertips. As if sensing his presence, the door swung open with a creak, revealing a spiral staircase that led underground. Taking a deep breath, Oliver descended into the unknown, his excitement tempered by a tinge of nervousness. The staircase spiraled down into a cavern bathed in an ethereal glow, courtesy of luminescent fungi that clung to the walls. Each step Oliver took was cushioned by moss, and the air was cool and damp. At the bottom of the stairs, he found himself in a subterranean forest, where the trees were made of crystal and the leaves shimmered like emeralds. It was here that Oliver met the most remarkable creature he had ever seen, a small, dragon-like being with scales that glistened like sapphires. Its eyes, large and expressive, held a depth of wisdom, and as it tilted its head, it let out a melodic trill. Oliver, entranced by the creature's beauty, extended a hand in friendship. "My name is Oliver," he said softly, hoping his voice conveyed the warmth of his intentions. The creature regarded him with curiosity, then, with a flourish, it unfurled its wings, which sparkled like the night sky. From the folds of its wings, it produced a single radiant feather and offered it to Oliver. "Thank you," Oliver whispered, accepting the gift. He felt a surge of energy course through him, a connection forming between him and this magical creature. "Can you understand me?" The creature nodded, its eyes twinkling with understanding. It gestured with its snout to follow, and together they ventured deeper into the crystal forest. As they walked, the creature communicated through a series of musical notes and gestures, painting a picture of its world. This hidden realm, as Oliver discovered, was called Lumara, a place where magic flowed like a river, sustaining the balance between the seen and the unseen. However, Lumara was in peril. A shadow had crept into its heart, threatening to unravel the very fabric of magic that held it together. Oliver's new friend, whom he named Aurelius, was the guardian of Lumara. Despite its small size, Aurelius possessed a heart as vast as the universe, and it had been tirelessly searching for a way to restore balance. The feather it had given Oliver was a token of trust, a means to share its power and seek his aid. Moved by Aurelius's plight, Oliver resolved to help in any way he could. The compass, he realized, had led him here for a reason. It was not just a guide to magic, but a call to action, a chance for him to make a difference. Together they journeyed across Lumara, where wonders lay at every turn. They traversed fields of flowers that sang in harmony, crossed rivers whose waters sparkled with stardust, and scaled mountains that touched the clouds. Along the way, Oliver's bond with Aurelius grew stronger, and he learned to tune into the subtle currents of magic that flowed through the land. Their journey was not without challenges. The shadow that loomed over Lumara was a force of chaos, manifesting as dark tendrils that sapped the light and life from everything they touched. It was during one such encounter that Oliver discovered the true power of the feather. In a moment of desperation, as the tendrils closed in, he held the feather aloft, and a brilliant light erupted from its tip, dissolving the darkness. The experience taught Oliver a valuable lesson, that true strength lay not in the feather itself, but in the courage and compassion within his heart. With each trial they faced, Oliver grew more attuned to the magic of Lumara, his confidence blossoming under Aurelius's guidance. As they neared the heart of Lumara, the land itself seemed to hold its breath, the air tinged with anticipation. The final challenge awaited them at the center of a vast lake, whose waters mirrored the sky. At its center stood an island, shrouded in mist, where the source of the shadow lay hidden. Oliver and Aurelius approached the island with a sense of purpose. The mist parted to reveal a grove of ancient trees, their bark etched with runes that pulsed with a faint glow. At the center of the grove stood a pedestal, upon which rested a dark crystal, the heart of the shadow. Aurelius, with a determined trill, urged Oliver to place the feather upon the pedestal. As he did so, the crystal trembled, and a wave of darkness erupted, threatening to engulf them both. But Oliver, drawing upon the lessons he had learned, stood firm. He focused on the warmth of Aurelius's friendship, the beauty of Lumara, and the strength of his own heart. The feather glowed with a radiant light, its energy flowing through Oliver and into the crystal. The darkness writhed, then began to dissolve, replaced by a pure, shimmering light that spread across the island, banishing the shadow. The runes on the trees flared to life, singing a song of renewal and hope. With the threat vanquished, Lumara began to heal. The land blossomed with vibrant colors, the magic flowing freely once more. Aurelius, its eyes shining with gratitude, wrapped its wings around Oliver in a gesture of thanks. In that moment, Oliver understood the true gift of their journey, a friendship as enduring as the stars. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and violet, Oliver bid farewell to Aurelius and Lumara. With a heart full of memories and newfound wisdom, he returned to Fable Grove, the compass guiding him home. Back in the village, Oliver's tales of adventure and magic were met with awe and wonder. He shared the lessons he had learned, inspiring others to seek out the magic in their own lives. And though the compass now pointed north, Oliver knew that the true magic lay not in faraway lands, but in the friendships and connections forged along the way. As he lay in bed that night, the feather resting on his bedside table, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace. His journey had changed him, opening his heart to the wonders of the world and the power of friendship. With a smile, he drifted into a gentle sleep, dreaming of crystal forests and the melodic trill of a dragon's song. And so, in the quiet village of Fable Grove, the story of Oliver and Aurelius became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a reminder that magic is real, and it lives in the hearts of those who dare to believe. Story 23. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Her days were filled with the soft rustle of leaves and the sweet songs of birds that flitted through the village. Clara loved to explore, her curious eyes always searching for the hidden wonders of her world. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Clara found herself wandering near the edge of the forest. There, half buried under a blanket of fallen leaves, she spotted something glinting in the dappled sunlight. Bending down, she uncovered a beautifully ornate key, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light. Clara's heart skipped a beat. She felt a gentle warmth radiate from the key, as if it were alive with a curious energy. Holding the key tightly in her hand, Clara knew she had stumbled upon something magical and wondrous. With the key safely tucked away in her pocket, Clara set off towards a small, hidden cottage she had often seen from a distance, but had never dared to approach. As she walked, the leaves crunched softly under her feet, and the air was filled with a fragrance of pine and earth. The cottage, with its moss-covered roof and ivy-clad walls, seemed to blend seamlessly into the landscape. As Clara approached the door, she noticed a keyhole that matched the size and shape of her newfound treasure. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, she inserted the key and turned it gently. The door creaked open, revealing a cozy room bathed in the warm glow of a crackling fireplace. Inside, Clara was greeted by a small, round table laden with teacups and a teapot steaming invitingly. Seated around the table were 3 small creatures, each as charming as they were peculiar. There was Benny, a wise old hedgehog with spectacles perched upon his nose, Luna, a spirited squirrel with a bushy tail and twinkling eyes, and Oliver, a thoughtful owl who blinked slowly from his perch above. "Ah, Clara, we've been expecting you," Benny said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves outside. "Please, join us for tea." Surprised but delighted, Clara took a seat, feeling instantly at home in their company. The tea was fragrant, infused with the essence of wild flowers and honey, warming her from the inside out. As they sipped their tea, Benny explained the purpose of the key. "This key," he said, "unlocks not just doors, but the hidden potential within us all. It leads to places of wonder and discovery, but only for those who are willing to see with their hearts." Luna chimed in, her voice bright and cheerful. "We've each used the key in our own way. It taught me to gather wisdom from every nut and twig," she said with a wink. Oliver added in his deep, soothing tones, "And it helped me see beyond the night, to understand the stars and the stories they tell." Clara listened, her heart swelling with a mixture of awe and responsibility. She realized that her journey had only just begun, and the key was a guide to uncovering the magic that lay within herself. As the afternoon wore on, the group discussed where Clara's journey might lead. Benny suggested she start by exploring the heart of the forest, where ancient trees whispered secrets of the world. Luna encouraged her to trust her instincts and follow the paths that called to her. Oliver advised her to always seek the wisdom in every creature and every place. With newfound determination, Clara thanked her new friends and promised to return with stories of her adventures. As she stepped out into the cool evening air, the forest seemed to come alive around her, the trees rustling as if whispering encouragement. Clara ventured deeper into the forest, guided by the gentle glow of the moonlight filtering through the canopy. With each step, she felt a growing sense of wonder and possibility. The forest was alive with the sounds of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl, creating a symphony that accompanied her journey. In the heart of the forest, Clara came upon a clearing bathed in silvery moonlight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens. Clara approached the tree, feeling a deep connection to its timeless presence. She placed her hand on its rough bark, and the key in her pocket began to glow softly. Closing her eyes, Clara listened to the whispers of the tree, understanding without words that she was part of something much greater than herself. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic in the world, but also about finding the magic within her own heart. As she stood in the clearing, she felt a gentle breeze wrap around her, carrying with it the voices of her new friends, reminding her of the wisdom they had shared. Clara knew that she had the strength and courage to face whatever challenges lay ahead, armed with the knowledge that true magic came from kindness, friendship, and the willingness to see beyond the ordinary. With the key as her guide, Clara continued her journey, exploring the wonders of Willowbrook and beyond. She met many creatures and discovered countless hidden places, each one a testament to the magic that infused her world. And with every step, she grew wiser and more attuned to the beauty that surrounded her. Eventually, Clara returned to the cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, her heart full of stories and her spirit alight with wonder. Benny, Luna, and Oliver welcomed her back with open arms, eager to hear of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. As they sat together by the fire, sharing tales and laughter, Clara realized that the greatest magic of all was the friendship they had forged. It was a bond that transcended time and space, a reminder that together they could overcome any challenge and discover the wonders of the world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Clara and her friends settled into the warmth and comfort of their shared stories, knowing that the magic of the key and the power of their friendship would forever guide them on their journeys. In Willowbrook, where the ordinary hid the extraordinary, Clara had discovered the true magic of the world, and with it, she had found her place among the whispers of the forest and the dreams of the night. And as she drifted off to sleep, the gentle crackle of the fire and the soft rustle of leaves lulled her into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the promise of adventures yet to come. Story 24. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in the vast velvet of space, there was a planet known as Zenthara. It was a vibrant world, teeming with life, with emerald forests that whispered ancient secrets and sapphire oceans that sang gentle, lulling melodies. Zenthara was home to the Zentharians, a wise and peaceful species with skin that shimmered like moonlight on water and eyes as deep as the cosmos itself. One day, a Zenthari named Leora, known for her gentle heart and inquisitive nature, ventured to the edge of her world. She was drawn by a peculiar sight. A vessel from the stars had landed in a meadow of golden lilies. It was an unusual craft, sleek and silver, glinting in the sunlight like a second sun. Curiosity guiding her steps, Leora approached cautiously. The hatch of the craft opened with a soft hiss, and out stepped a creature unlike any she had seen before. It was a little taller than Leora, with a sturdy, earthy appearance, and its skin was a rich, bark-like brown. This was Orin, from the planet Talvar, a place known for its towering trees and endless woodlands. Orin had been on a journey of exploration, seeking new knowledge and understanding beyond his own world. However, a navigation error had led him to Zenthara, a place he had never intended to visit. Sensing no immediate danger, Orin offered a tentative smile, his eyes crinkling warmly. "Greetings," he said, his voice deep and resonant like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Leora returned the smile, her voice soft and melodic. "Welcome to Zenthara. I am Leora." They stood there, strangers from different worlds, sharing a moment that was both awkward and filled with potential. Despite the initial barriers of language and understanding, their mutual curiosity began to bridge the gap between them. Days turned into weeks as Orin repaired his vessel, and during this time, Leora and Orin began to learn from each other. Leora showed Orin the wonders of Zenthara, the luminous flowers that bloomed only under the moonlight, the serene pools that reflected the stars, and the gentle creatures that roamed the land. In return, Orin spoke of Talvar, with its ancient forests and the wisdom of his people, who communicated through the symphony of nature itself. However, misunderstandings were inevitable. One day, while exploring a grove of crystalline trees, Orin attempted a gesture of friendship, common among his people, a gentle touch on Leora's shoulder. Unfamiliar with this custom, Leora recoiled, her eyes wide with surprise. Orin quickly withdrew his hand, realizing his mistake. "I'm sorry," he murmured, his voice tinged with regret. "I didn't mean to offend." Leora, seeing the sincerity in his eyes, smiled reassuringly. "No harm done. We come from different worlds, after all." This small misunderstanding became a turning point in their friendship. They began to talk more openly, sharing not just the wonders of their worlds, but also their fears and hopes. Leora spoke of her dreams to explore the stars, while Orin shared his longing to understand the universe's mysteries. Their bond grew stronger as they faced challenges together. When a sudden storm threatened to damage Orin's vessel, they worked side by side, securing the craft and protecting it from the elements. Orin marveled at Leora's quick thinking and resilience, while Leora admired Orin's strength and calm demeanor. In those moments of adversity, they found a rhythm, a harmony that transcended the differences between them. As they toiled under the storm's onslaught, they laughed and encouraged each other, their voices mingling with the wind's howl. One evening, as the storm clouds cleared and the sky was painted with the colors of sunset, they sat together on a grassy hill overlooking the valley. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the scent of blooming night flowers. "Thank you," Orin said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for everything." Leora looked at him, her eyes reflecting the fading light. "And thank you, Orin. I never knew I could learn so much from someone so different." As the stars began to twinkle above, Leora and Orin realized that their unlikely friendship had taught them a profound truth, that understanding and kindness could bridge even the widest divides. With the repairs complete, the day came for Orin to continue his journey. As he prepared to leave, Leora stood by his side, her heart a mixture of sadness and joy. They had shared so much, and yet there was still so much more to discover. "Will you visit Talvar one day?" Orin asked, hope in his eyes. Leora nodded, a smile playing on her lips. "I'd like that very much." With a final embrace, Orin boarded his vessel, the hatch closing behind him. Leora watched as the craft lifted into the sky, its silhouette outlined against the stars. She waved until it disappeared into the cosmos, leaving a trail of silver light. In the days that followed, Leora often found herself gazing at the night sky, her thoughts drifting to her friend among the stars. She knew that wherever Orin traveled, their friendship would remain, a shining beacon of the power of understanding and the beauty of unlikely companionship. And so on Xanthara, where the forests whispered and the oceans sang, Leora carried the lessons of their journey in her heart. She knew that no matter where life led her, the bonds forged through kindness and shared challenges would always light her way. Story 25. Once upon a time, deep in the heart of an enchanted forest, there stood a cozy cottage surrounded by towering trees and babbling brooks. This was the home of Willow, a kind-hearted witch who spent her days tending to her herb garden and crafting whimsical potions. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her beloved garden in disarray. Fallen leaves were strewn haphazardly, and her prized pumpkin patch had been trampled upon. Puzzled, she set out to investigate, her trusty toad companion Ribbit hopping along at her heels. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they stumbled upon an unusual sight, a trail of tiny footprints leading away from Willow's garden. The prints were unlike anything she had ever seen before, leaving her utterly perplexed. Just then, a flurry of wings caught her eye, and a mischievous fairy named Zephyr fluttered into view. "Good morning, Willow," she chirped. "I couldn't help but notice the peculiar tracks. Perhaps we should follow them and unravel this mystery together." Willow and Ribbit eagerly agreed, and the trio set off on their quest, following the winding path of tiny footprints. They wound their way through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, the forest seeming to come alive with the promise of adventure. Along the way, they encountered all manner of friendly woodland creatures, chattering squirrels, curious deer, and even a wise old owl who offered cryptic advice. "Look beneath the surface, and you may find the answers you seek," he hooted sagely. As dusk fell, the trail led them to a clearing where they discovered a most extraordinary sight. Nestled among the ferns and mushrooms was a tiny village, inhabited by a race of diminutive beings known as the woodland sprites. The sprites welcomed the trio with open arms, offering them acorn cups brimming with sweet nectar. It was then that Willow learned the truth behind the strange occurrences in her garden. Each autumn, the sprites would gather fallen leaves and pumpkins to prepare for their annual harvest festival. In their excitement, they had inadvertently strayed into Willow's domain, leaving a trail of tiny footprints in their wake. Willow couldn't help but chuckle at the simple explanation, her heart swelling with warmth and understanding. She offered to help the sprites with their preparations, and together they wove garlands of vibrant leaves, carved whimsical lanterns from the pumpkins, and danced beneath the twinkling stars. From that day forth, Willow formed a special bond with the woodland sprites, and every autumn they would come together to celebrate the changing seasons in a riot of color, laughter, and magic. As Willow drifted off to sleep that night, cradled in the gentle embrace of the forest, she smiled contentedly, for she had learned that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those that bring friends together in unexpected ways. 26. In the heart of the ancient forest of verdant wood, where the whispers of the leaves carried secrets from generations past, a gentle harmony thrived, a balance as delicate as the first snowflake of winter. Here the trees stood tall, their branches reaching skyward like aged sentinels, their bark etched with runes of time. This was no ordinary forest. It was alive with the enchantment of nature's magic, a realm where the boundaries between the real and the fantastical faded like mist in the morning sun. As dawn painted the horizon with strokes of gold and blush, the forest awoke in a symphony of rustling leaves and chirping birds. The warm, earthy scent of moist soil rose from the ground, mingling with the sweet aroma of wildflowers that dotted the forest floor, like stars scattered across a night sky. It was in this serene setting that the creatures of verdant wood led their hidden lives, each contributing to the forest's harmony. Among these creatures was a wise old owl named Cedric. His feathers were the color of twilight, with eyes like polished amber that reflected the light of the moon. Cedric had lived through many seasons and had witnessed the forest's subtle dance with time. He perched high in the canopy, observing the world below with a calm, knowing gaze. One brisk autumn evening, As the first crisp chill of the season whispered through the leaves, Cedric noticed something amiss. The winds, usually gentle and playful, carried a different tune, a melody tinged with unease. The forest, which usually hummed with the quiet confidence of nature, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something unknown. The next morning, as the sun's rays filtered through the leaves in a cascade of warmth, Cedric gathered the creatures of the forest for a council. The clearing where they met was a tranquil spot, carpeted with soft moss and encircled by ancient oaks that stood like wise elders. Gathered there were all the forest's residents, the nimble squirrels with their bushy tails, the gentle deer with eyes as soft as dusk, the industrious beavers, and the vibrant, fluttering butterflies. Even the shy foxes emerged from their dens, their ears perked in curiosity. "My friends," Cedric began, his voice as steady as the ancient trees themselves, "there is a change in the air, a disturbance in the balance that has kept our forest safe and thriving. We must come together to understand and restore this harmony." A young squirrel named Lila, her fur a lively auburn, scampered to the front. "What can we do, Cedric?" she asked, her voice bright and eager. "How can we help?" Cedric smiled warmly at Lila's enthusiasm. "The answer lies in our unity and the wisdom passed down through the ages. We must seek the guidance of the ancient oak, the guardian of seasons, who holds the knowledge of the forest's rhythms." The creatures nodded in agreement, their trust in Cedric unwavering. Together, they embarked on a journey through the woods, the path beneath their feet a tapestry of fallen leaves, each step accompanied by the soft rustle of nature's song. As they neared the heart of the forest, the air grew cooler, and a gentle mist enveloped them, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. There, standing majestically amidst a circle of towering pines, was the ancient oak. Its trunk was as wide as a cottage, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Cedric bowed his head in respect, and the others followed suit. The oak's bark shimmered with a soft golden light, and its leaves rustled gently as if acknowledging their presence. "Guardian of seasons," Cedric called, his voice reverent, "we seek your wisdom to restore the balance that has been disturbed." A deep, resonant voice echoed from the oak like the rumble of distant thunder. "Welcome, creatures of verdant wood. The balance is indeed shifting, for the seasons are out of tune. The frost of winter approaches too soon, and the warmth of spring hesitates to return." The creatures listened intently, their hearts heavy with concern. "What must we do?" asked a timid deer, her eyes wide with worry. The oak's leaves shimmered as it spoke. "You must rekindle the harmony by weaving a tapestry of unity and care. Gather the elements of each season, a piece of autumn's fiery leaves, a drop of winter's first snow, a bloom of spring's earliest flower, and a wisp of summer's gentle breeze. When combined, they will restore the natural order." With determination kindling in their hearts, the creatures set out to gather these elements. Lila, with her nimbleness, collected the vibrant leaves of autumn, their colors a blaze of orange and red. The beavers, with their knowledge of water, captured the first snowflake on a crisp winter morning. The butterflies, delicate and graceful, found the first bloom of spring, a fragile blossom of dew-kissed petals. And the foxes, swift and clever, captured the essence of summer's breeze in a vial of sunlight. Once all the elements were gathered, they returned to the ancient oak, their spirits lifted by the promise of renewal. Cedric, with his wise eyes gleaming, carefully combined the elements at the oak's roots. As the final piece was placed, a gentle warmth spread through the forest, like the first rays of dawn dispelling the shadows of night. The ancient oak's leaves rustled in approval, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief. The balance was restored, the seasons once again aligned in their timeless dance. The creatures cheered, their voices a joyful chorus that echoed through the trees. Cedric looked around at his friends, his heart swelling with pride and gratitude. "We have done it, my friends. Together, we have ensured the harmony of our beloved forest." As the day turned to dusk, the creatures of Verdantwood returned to their homes, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom of their journey. The forest, once again in harmony, cradled them in its gentle embrace, a testament to the power of unity and the enduring magic of nature. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Verdantwood slept peacefully, its ancient secrets safe for another day, its magic woven into the very fabric of time. Story 7. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies, and the air always carried the scent of blooming wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The villagers of Willowbrook cherished their peaceful, magical lives, where the sun always rose with a golden glow and the moonlight danced on the cobblestone paths like liquid silver. The village was nestled around a shimmering lake that mirrored the sky so perfectly, it was as if the heavens themselves had dipped down to kiss the earth. The lake was home to a myriad of magical creatures, the most beloved of which were the water sprites. These tiny, luminous beings flitted across the water like fireflies, their laughter a soft, tinkling sound that soothed the soul. One evening, as the sun was setting and the sky was painted with hues of pink and lavender, the villagers gathered by the lakeside for their annual harvest festival. It was a time of joy and celebration, where families came together to share stories and feast on the bounty of the land. However, this year, there was an air of mystery hanging over the festivities. For the past few weeks, strange occurrences had been happening around Willowbrook. Objects would vanish from their usual places, only to reappear in the most unexpected spots. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for no harm came from these peculiar events. Still, the mystery tickled their curiosity, like the gentle breeze that ruffled the leaves. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila. Lila had eyes as bright as the morning sun, and a heart as kind as the warmest summer day. She was known for her keen observations and her gentle way with all creatures, magical and mundane alike. It was Lila who decided that the mystery needed solving, not out of necessity, but for the sheer joy of unraveling the unknown. As the harvest festival unfolded, with lanterns swaying gently in the trees and music filling the air, Lila wandered to the edge of the lake. She watched the water sprites dance upon the surface, their tiny wings leaving trails of stardust in their wake. It was then that she noticed something unusual. The sprites seemed to be whispering among themselves more earnestly than usual, their tiny hands pointing toward the forest on the other side of the lake. Intrigued, Lila decided to follow their gaze. She slipped away from the festivities, her footsteps soft on the mossy path that wound through the woods. The forest was alive with the sounds of crickets and the gentle rustling of leaves, creating a symphony that guided her deeper into its embrace. As she ventured further, Lila began to notice signs that others might overlook. A trail of glittering dust, much like that which the sprites left behind, led her to a small clearing. In the center of this clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide like a wise old guardian. Beneath the oak tree, Lila found a curious sight, a collection of seemingly unrelated objects. A silver spoon, a child's toy, a brightly colored scarf, and a small, intricately carved wooden box. Each item was familiar to her, as they belonged to the villagers. It was as if someone or something had been gathering them here. Just then, from the tree's branches, came a soft, melodic voice. "Ah, a seeker of truths, are we?" it chimed. Lila looked up to see a creature she had only heard of in bedtime tales, a moss gnome. His skin was the color of forest leaves, and his eyes twinkled with ancient knowledge. "Good evening, young one," the moss gnome continued, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. "I see you've discovered my little collection." Lila was curious but polite. "Why are these things here, dear gnome?" she asked. The gnome chuckled softly, a sound like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "I meant no harm," he explained. "You see, I've been trying to understand your world better. Each item speaks of the lives lived here, the stories they've been part of. I didn't realize I was causing confusion." Understanding dawned on Lila. The gnome was simply curious, much like herself. "Perhaps you could ask the villagers about their stories," she suggested gently. "I'm sure they'd love to share them with you." The moss gnome nodded, his smile as warm as the sunbeam that filtered through the leaves. "A wise suggestion indeed," he agreed. "And, in return, I can share the secrets of the forest with them." With the mystery resolved, Lila and the gnome carefully returned the objects to their rightful places, each one sparking a tale that would be shared around the village fires for years to come. As Lila made her way back to the festival, the air was filled with a newfound harmony. a link between the village and the magical world around them. The villagers welcomed the moss gnome into their stories, and in turn, he became a beloved friend and guardian. That night, as Lila lay in her bed, the soft glow of the moon cradling her in its light, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The village was at peace, the mystery had been solved, and the bond between worlds had been strengthened by understanding and kindness. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed their lullabies and the stars watched over all, Willowbrook slept soundly, wrapped in the gentle embrace of magic and friendship. Story 28. In a quiet village nestled between the dense woods and the whispering sea, there was a particular charm to the place that only a few could truly feel. The village was known for its simple, rhythmic life, where the days were gentle and the nights were filled with the soft lull of waves caressing the shore. It was here that young Linnea lived, a girl with eyes as bright as the summer sky and a heart as kind as the first bloom of spring. Linnea lived in a cozy cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman with hair like spun silver and a voice that could weave tales as intricate as the finest lace. Their home was a sanctuary of warmth and love, where the scent of lavender and freshly baked bread always lingered in the air. Every corner of the cottage was filled with trinkets and treasures from the past, but none was more intriguing than the peculiar object that sat upon the mantelpiece, a small, ordinary-looking stone. This stone, her grandmother often said, was not ordinary at all. It was a wishing stone, imbued with the magic of granting one true wish to the pure of heart. Linnea would spend hours sitting by the fireplace, cradling the stone in her hands, her mind swirling with dreams and wishes. But she knew, as her grandmother had told her many times, that the stone's power was not to be used lightly. A wish made in haste could unravel even the most carefully woven dreams. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Linnea sat at her grandmother's feet, listening to a tale of a hidden world beyond the forest, a place where the trees whispered secrets and the rivers sang ancient songs. As the firelight danced upon the walls, her grandmother's voice wove a tapestry of wonder and mystery, leaving Linnea with a sense of longing she couldn't quite place. The next morning, with the world still wrapped in the soft embrace of dawn, Linnea decided to set out on a journey. She kissed her grandmother's cheek, tucked the wishing stone safely in her pocket, and with a heart full of courage, she ventured into the woods. The forest was a symphony of life, where the leaves rustled like a gentle breeze through the pages of a book, and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth. Linnea walked along the winding path, her feet whispering against the soft ground, her eyes wide with wonder at the beauty surrounding her. She was determined to find the hidden world her grandmother had spoken of, a place where magic danced in every shadow and dreams took flight on gossamer wings. As she journeyed deeper into the woods, Linnea came upon a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the light. Beneath the tree, a soft, inviting carpet of moss seemed to beckon her. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Linnea sat beneath the great oak, her fingers tracing patterns in the moss. It was then that she noticed a curious thing, a small door, intricately carved and hidden among the roots of the tree. Her heart quickened with excitement as she leaned closer, her breath catching in her throat. With a gentle touch, she opened the door, revealing a narrow staircase that spiraled down into the earth. Taking a deep breath, Linnea stepped into the unknown, her heart a steady drumbeat of anticipation and fear. The staircase led her to a cavern filled with a soft, silvery light. Here, the world was transformed into a tapestry of wonder and magic. The walls were adorned with glowing crystals that hummed with an ancient energy, casting playful shadows that danced like spirits across the stone. In the center of the cavern stood a fountain, its waters shimmering with ethereal light. Linnea approached it cautiously, her reflection dancing on the water's surface. As she gazed into the fountain, a figure emerged from the shadows, a creature unlike any she had ever seen. The creature was small and delicate, with wings that shimmered like the finest silk and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It hovered above the fountain, its presence both gentle and profound. "Welcome, Linnea," the creature spoke, its voice like a melody carried on the wind. "I am Solana, guardian of the hidden world. What brings you to our realm?" Linnea, though startled, felt an inexplicable trust towards Solana. "I've come seeking the magic of this place, the wonders my grandmother spoke of," she replied softly, her voice echoing in the cavern. Solana smiled, a gesture of warmth and understanding. "Magic is all around us, dear one, waiting to be discovered by those who believe. But remember, true magic lies not in the wonders we see, but in the kindness we share and the dreams we dare to follow." Linnea felt a warmth spread through her heart at these words. Her journey had only just begun, but already she felt a change within her, a growing understanding of the world and her place within it. As the days turned into weeks, Linnea returned to the hidden world, each visit a new adventure filled with discovery and wonder. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to dance with the shadows that played along the walls, and to understand the songs of the river that flowed through the cavern. But it was not just the magic of the hidden world that captivated her. It was the friendship she found with Solana. Together, they explored the mysteries of the forest, their laughter echoing like a song through the trees. Solana taught Linnea the language of the forest, how to hear the stories woven within the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks. One day, as they sat by the fountain, Linnea confided in Solana about the wishing stone. "I have a stone that grants wishes," she said, her fingers tracing the smooth surface of the stone. "But I don't know what to wish for." Solana regarded her with gentle eyes. "Wishes are powerful things, Linnea. They hold the power to change the world, but they must come from a place of true need, not want. What does your heart truly desire?" Linnea closed her eyes, the warmth of the cavern enveloping her like a comforting embrace. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories they shared by the fire, the love that filled their small cottage. She thought of the village, the people she had grown up with, the simple joys that colored her days. When she opened her eyes, they were filled with a quiet determination. "I wish for the happiness and well-being of those I love," she said softly, her voice steady and clear. Solana nodded, a look of approval in her eyes. "A wish born of love is the most powerful of all. Hold that wish close, Linnea, and let it guide you." With her heart full of newfound purpose, Linnea returned to the village, her spirit alight with the magic of the hidden world. She carried with her the lessons she had learned, the friendship that had blossomed in the heart of the forest, and the wish that would forever guide her. Back in the village, Linnea shared her stories, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. She spoke of the hidden world, of the wonders that lay beyond the forest, and the magic that could be found in the simplest acts of kindness. Her stories brought joy and wonder to the village, a reminder of the magic that lay within their own hearts. And as the seasons passed, the village thrived, its people bound together by the love and wisdom that Linnea had brought back from her journey. In the quiet moments, when the world was still and the stars adorned the night sky like a tapestry of dreams, Linnea would sit by the fire, the wishing stone in her hands, and remember the hidden world, the friendship of Solana, and the wish that had changed her life forever. And so, in a village nestled between the woods and the sea, where the days were gentle and the nights were filled with the lull of waves, Linnea's story became a cherished tale, a reminder that true magic lay not in the stones or the stars, but in the love and dreams we hold in our hearts. The end. Story 29. The Whispering Willow. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a quaint village named Bramble Hollow, there stood an ancient willow tree. Its branches were long and sweeping, dappling the ground with shadows that danced to the tune of the wind. The villagers believed it was no ordinary tree. They said it whispered secrets to those who would listen. This was a place of quiet magic, a haven where the rustle of leaves carried stories from the past and promises for the future. In the village lived a young boy named Finn. Finn had an insatiable curiosity and a heart as warm as the sunbeam that peeked through his window each morning. Despite the village's bustling life, he preferred the company of nature, often spending his days exploring the woods that bordered Bramble Hollow. His favorite place was, of course, the Whispering Willow. Finn's home was a cozy cottage, with walls adorned by his mother's paintings and shelves lined with his father's books. It was a place of simple joys and evening tales told by the fireplace, where Finn's imagination soared like the birds he watched from his window. His parents, though loving, were often busy with their crafts, and so Finn found companionship in the world around him. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of earth and promise, Finn set out on his routine exploration. He donned his favorite woolen scarf, the one his mother had knitted with threads of marigold and sky blue, and tucked a small notebook into his pocket, a gift from his father for jotting down observations. As he approached the willow, he noticed something peculiar. The tree seemed to shimmer, as if a gentle golden light pulsed from within its bark. Curious and unafraid, Finn reached out to touch the nearest branch. The moment his fingers grazed the rough bark, he felt a tingling sensation, as though the tree itself was alive with energy. "Hello, Finn," a gentle voice whispered, carried by the breeze that rustled the leaves. Startled but not frightened, Finn looked around, seeing nothing but the familiar sight of the willow's embrace. "Hello?" he replied, uncertain yet intrigued. "I am the spirit of the whispering willow," the voice continued, tender and warm like a lullaby. "I have watched over this land for centuries. You have a kind heart, young Finn, and I have chosen you for a special journey." "What kind of journey?" Finn asked, his eyes wide with wonder. "A journey to find the heart of the forest," the willow replied. "It's a magical object that has kept the balance of this land for generations, but it has been lost, and only someone with pure intentions can retrieve it." Finn felt a flutter of excitement mingled with a tinge of apprehension. "How will I find it? Where do I begin?" "Trust in your heart and follow the signs," the willow instructed. "You will not be alone. Friends will come to your aid, some unexpected, but all essential." With that, the shimmering light faded, leaving Finn with a sense of purpose he had never felt before. He knew this was more than just an adventure. It was an opportunity to protect the place he loved. Determined but aware of the task's magnitude, Finn set off deeper into the forest. The path was unfamiliar, veiled by a canopy of intertwining branches and dappled sunlight that danced upon the forest floor. Each step he took was accompanied by the symphony of nature, the chirping of hidden crickets, the rustle of unseen creatures in the underbrush, and the melodic call of birds high above. As he walked, Finn felt a presence beside him. He turned to find a small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, eyes bright and intelligent. The fox trotted confidently by his side, offering silent companionship. Finn smiled, grateful for the unexpected friend. They traveled together, the forest gradually becoming denser, the air richer with the scent of pine and earth. It was a world within a world, where time seemed to slow and every sound was amplified. The deeper they ventured, the more Finn felt a connection to the land, as if the forest was a living, breathing entity guiding him forward. After what felt like hours, they reached a clearing bathed in soft, ethereal light. In the center stood a circle of ancient stones, each etched with symbols that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Finn understood instinctively that this was a place of power, a waypoint on his journey. "Do you know what this is, little fox?" Finn asked, glancing at his companion. The fox tilted its head, tail flicking in response. Then, with a gentle nudge from its snout, it directed Finn's gaze to the largest stone. There, nestled within the grooves of its surface, was a single acorn, larger than any Finn had ever seen. It pulsed with a soft green light, resonating with the very heart of the forest. Finn reached out, feeling the warmth of the acorn in his palm. The moment he touched it, a vision unfolded before him, a tapestry of the forest's history, from the first seedling to the towering trees that now stood watch. He saw the heart of the forest, a radiant gem hidden deep within, and understood what he must do. "The acorn is a key," Finn realized, turning to the fox. "It will guide us to the heart." The fox nodded, and together they continued their journey, the acorn's light illuminating their path. As they walked, Finn's thoughts wandered to the forest's stories, each tree a keeper of secrets, each leaf a page in an endless book. Their path led them to a river, its waters clear and sparkling under the day's waning light. A gentle breeze carried the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of the river was a lullaby, soothing and serene. Finn paused, feeling the cool mist on his face, and noticed something strange. A bridge of roots, woven together by the hands of time, arching gracefully over the water. Crossing the bridge, Finn and the fox entered a part of the forest that seemed untouched by time. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches heavy with memories. It was a realm of stillness and profound peace, where even the air seemed to hum with forgotten songs. As they ventured deeper, they encountered a creature unlike any Finn had ever seen, a deer with antlers that glimmered like silver in the fading light. Its eyes were wise and gentle, and it regarded Finn with a solemn understanding. "Welcome, young traveler," the deer spoke, its voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "You seek the heart of the forest. I am the guardian of this realm, and I will guide you to the place where it rests." Finn bowed respectfully, feeling the weight of the deer's wisdom. "Thank you," he replied, gratitude swelling in his chest. "I will do whatever it takes to restore the balance." The deer turned, leading Finn and the fox through a hidden path that wound between the ancient trees. As they walked, the forest around them began to change. It was subtle at first, the colors richer, the air warmer, the light more golden. Finn felt as though they were stepping into a different world, one where magic was as tangible as the ground beneath his feet. At last, they arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a towering oak that seemed to touch the sky. Its branches were heavy with leaves that shimmered like 1,000 emerald stars, and at its base lay a pool of crystal-clear water, reflecting the tree's grandeur. "The heart of the forest lies within the oak," the deer explained, nodding toward the majestic tree. "But to retrieve it, you must first understand its essence." Finn approached the oak, the acorn still warm in his hand. He placed it gently at the tree's roots, feeling a connection between the seed and the ancient giant. As he did, his mind filled with images of the forest's past, its growth, its struggles, its triumphs. He saw the first stirrings of life, the harmony between creatures, the dance of the seasons. He saw the forest spirit, a vibrant tapestry of life woven from the threads of countless stories. And he understood that the heart was not just a gem, it was the forest's very soul, a symbol of unity and balance. With this realization, the oak began to glow, its light enveloping Finn in a warm embrace. The tree's bark parted, revealing a hidden chamber within. Inside, nestled among roots and tendrils, lay the heart of the forest, a gem of pure light, pulsating with the rhythm of life itself. Finn reached out, his fingers brushing the gem's surface. As he did, a surge of warmth and understanding flowed through him, filling him with a profound sense of peace. The heart was whole again, its power restored. The moment he touched it, the glade erupted in a symphony of life. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, birds sang in joyous harmony, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of renewal. The forest was alive, its spirit awakened and thriving. Finn stepped back, the heart now a part of him, its warmth infusing his soul. He turned to the deer, who watched with eyes full of pride and gratitude. "You have done well, young Finn," the deer said, bowing its head. "The forest will flourish because of your courage and kindness." Finn smiled, feeling the weight of his journey lifting, replaced by a lightness of spirit. He had not only found the heart, but also discovered a deeper connection to the world around him, a bond that would guide him for the rest of his life. With the fox by his side and the deer's blessing, Finn made his way back to the village. The path seemed shorter now, the forest welcoming him as an old friend. As he emerged from the trees, the village lay before him, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The villagers greeted him with warmth and curiosity, their eyes alight with wonder at the changes in the forest. Finn shared his tale, speaking of the heart and the magic that lay within their land. His story spread through the village, inspiring awe and a newfound appreciation for the world they called home. As the evening drew to a close, Finn returned to his cottage, where the warmth of the fire and his parents' loving embrace awaited him. He sat by the hearth, his heart full of the day's adventures, and felt a deep sense of peace. The whispering willow stood sentinel outside, its branches whispering in the night breeze, a guardian of secrets and dreams. Finn knew that no matter where life took him, the forest would always be a part of him, a place of wonder, friendship, and endless stories waiting to be told. And so, as the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the sky, Finn drifted into a deep, restful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that the heart of the forest was safe and the magic of the world was always within reach, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. Story 30. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering forests, there stood a little cottage with ivy-traced walls and a thatched roof. This was the home of a bright-eyed young girl named Clara, who had a spirit as lively as the babbling brook that ran nearby. Clara had a fondness for collecting peculiar things, smooth pebbles that sparkled under the sun, oddly shaped leaves and feathers in hues of blue and green. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, she found herself wandering through the woods, her wicker basket swinging by her side. As she ventured deeper into the grove, Clara stumbled upon a moss-covered stone that caught her attention. It was no ordinary stone, for it shimmered faintly, even in the shade. Curious, Clara brushed away the leaves and dirt, revealing a delicate silver bracelet entwined around the stone. The bracelet was unlike anything she had ever seen, its design intricate, with tiny charms shaped like stars and crescent moons. Feeling a peculiar warmth as she held it, Clara slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. Instantly, the world around her seemed to whisper secrets and stories, as if the trees and the wind knew her name. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Clara hurried home to share her discovery with her grandmother, a wise and gentle soul who always had a tale to tell. Her grandmother, with eyes twinkling like the first stars of twilight, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, her voice soft as the crackling fire, "you have found the bracelet of whispers. It is said to hold the secrets of the forest and guide those with pure hearts." Clara leaned closer, eager to learn more. "But what should I do with it, Grandma?" "Sometimes, my dear," her grandmother replied, "the greatest adventures begin with listening. Let the bracelet guide you, and perhaps it will lead you to something wondrous." That night, as Clara lay in her cozy bed, the bracelet glimmered softly in the moonlight. She felt a gentle tug, as if inviting her to follow. And so began Clara's journey, not one of distance, but of discovery. The following day, Clara set out, guided by the bracelet's subtle pull. Along the winding paths of Willowbrook, she met an assortment of delightful companions. There was Finn, the mischievous squirrel with a penchant for acorns and riddles, who offered his sharp eyes and nimble paws to help her. Then there was Lila, the wise old owl whose feathers were the color of dusk, and who spoke in soothing hoots of wisdom. Together they ventured through the forest, each step revealing more of its hidden wonders. The trees seemed to hum with ancient songs, and the brook's laughter carried tales of long-forgotten times. As they journeyed, Clara noticed that the bracelet's glow intensified near certain trees and stones, whispering secrets only she could hear. One such whisper led them to an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Nestled within its roots was an ornate wooden box, covered in intricate carvings of leaves and vines. Clara approached cautiously, feeling the bracelet pulse with warmth. She gently opened the box, revealing a scroll made of parchment, its edges frayed with age. Lila, perched on a low branch, hooted softly. "This scroll holds a message from the forest itself, young one, but its meaning is not in words alone." Clara unrolled the scroll, her eyes scanning the symbols that danced across the page. They were unlike any language she knew, yet as she traced them with her fingers, she felt their meaning seep into her heart. A story of harmony and balance, of the delicate dance between the forest and its inhabitants. With a newfound understanding, Clara realized her purpose. The forest had chosen her to be its guardian, to share its wisdom and ensure its secrets were protected. But she knew she could not do it alone. Turning to her companions, she smiled. "Will you help me, friends? Together, we can keep the forest's stories alive." Finn chittered excitedly, scampering up to her shoulder, while Lila nodded sagely, her eyes reflecting the firelight of determination. And so, Clara's journey continued, not just through the woods but into the hearts of the villagers. With the help of her friends, she shared the forest's tales, teaching the importance of listening, to nature, to each other, and to the whispers of the world around them. As the seasons changed, Willowbrook flourished, its people living in harmony with the land. And Clara, with her bracelet of whispers, grew wise beyond her years, her heart forever tethered to the magic of the forest. And every night, as the stars twinkled above, Clara would sit by her grandmother's side, the bracelet glowing softly on her wrist, and tell tales of wonder and wisdom, ensuring that the forest's whispers would never fade into silence. Thus, in the cozy warmth of the little cottage, Clara's story became a cherished part of Willowbrook's tapestry, a gentle reminder of the magic that resides in ordinary things and the extraordinary journeys they inspire. Story 31. Once upon a time, on a distant planet called Xylogen, there lived a young Xylon named Astra. The Xylons were a curious race, with bodies that shimmered like crystals and minds that burned with an unquenchable thirst for knowledge. Astra was no exception, constantly tinkering with gadgets and poring over star charts, dreaming of the wonders that lay beyond her world. One fateful night, as Astra calibrated her homemade telescope, a brilliant streak of light tore across the sky. It was a spacecraft, badly damaged and spiraling out of control. Without a second thought, Astra raced to the crash site, her heart pounding with excitement and trepidation. There, amidst the smoldering wreckage, she found a sight that would change her life forever. A bewildered and frightened creature unlike anything she had ever seen. It was a Terran, a being from the legendary planet Earth, with soft features and eyes that shone with a warmth Astra had never known. The Terran, whose name was Liam, was utterly lost and disoriented. He had been on a routine scientific mission when his ship was caught in a cosmic storm, hurling him light years away from home. Astra tried to communicate, but their languages were worlds apart, and their initial attempts at understanding only bred frustration and mistrust. Nonetheless, Astra was determined to help this strange visitor. She brought him to her workshop, offering him shelter and nourishment. Liam, in turn, was wary but grateful, his instincts telling him that this crystalline being meant him no harm. Over the following days, a tentative bond began to form between the two. Astra marveled at Liam's gentle nature and his appreciation for the simple beauties of life, qualities her own people had long since forsaken in their pursuit of pure logic. Liam, in turn, was awed by Astra's brilliant mind and her insatiable curiosity, traits that reminded him of the best aspects of his own kind. Despite their differences, they found common ground in their love of exploration and their desire to understand the mysteries of the universe. Astra taught Liam about the intricate workings of her world, while he regaled her with tales of Earth's vibrant diversity and rich cultures. Yet their journey was not without its challenges. Misunderstandings arose, born of their vastly different backgrounds and ways of thinking. Astra's analytical approach sometimes clashed with Liam's more emotional perspective, and they found themselves at an impasse more than once. But each time, they worked through their differences with patience and empathy, learning to embrace their contrasts rather than fear them. Astra came to appreciate the depth of feeling that Liam brought to their interactions, while Liam gained a newfound respect for the precision and clarity of Astra's thought processes. As their bond deepened, so too did their determination to find a way for Liam to return home. Together, they pored over the wreckage of his ship, piecing together its mysteries and devising a plan to repair it. The work was arduous, and there were moments when they both felt like giving up. But in those dark hours they leaned on each other, offering words of encouragement and hope. Astra marveled at Liam's unwavering optimism, while Liam drew strength from Astra's unshakable resolve. Finally, after countless setbacks and triumphs, the day arrived when Liam's ship was ready to fly once more. As he prepared to leave, both felt a profound sadness at the thought of parting ways. In those final moments, they shared a deep, unspoken understanding, a recognition that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of species and culture, forging an unbreakable bond that would forever shape their lives. With tears in his eyes, Liam embraced Astra, whispering a promise to one day return and share with her all the wonders of his world. Astra, her crystalline form shimmering with emotion, wished him a safe journey and vowed to keep exploring the cosmos, forever carrying the lessons he had taught her about the true meaning of friendship. As Liam's ship disappeared into the vast expanse of space, Astra felt a profound sense of gratitude for the extraordinary being who had entered her life by chance and changed it forever. And though their paths had diverged, she knew that the bond they had forged would transcend time and distance, burning brightly like a beacon to guide them both on their separate journeys through the universe. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Lyra. Her village was a place where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the streams sang merry tunes as they danced over smooth stones. Lyra loved her home dearly, but she always felt a whispering curiosity about the stories of her ancestors. One golden afternoon, while the sun draped the world in its warm embrace, Lyra's grandmother called her over. Her grandmother was a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like the night stars, and her voice was as comforting as a soft quilt on a chilly evening. She beckoned Lyra to sit beside her, under the old oak tree that had stood in their garden for generations. "My dear Lyra," she began, her voice a gentle melody, "it is time you learn about the legacy of our lineage." Lyra's heart fluttered with anticipation as her grandmother unfurled a scroll, its parchment aged and frayed at the edges. The scroll was adorned with intricate patterns of leaves and vines, symbols of nature's eternal cycle. "This," her grandmother said, "is the chronicle of the Willow clan, our ancestors who once dwelled in harmony with the earth and sky. They were keepers of a sacred tradition, one that holds the magic of understanding and unity." Lyra leaned closer, her eyes widening with wonder. "What was their tradition, grandmother?" Her grandmother smiled, a soft, knowing smile. "They were the guardians of the Willow Wand, a magical artifact that could reveal one's true path and illuminate the wisdom of the past for those who sought it with a pure heart." Lyra's imagination soared as she envisioned this mystical wand. "Where is it now?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Her grandmother pointed towards the dense forest that bordered their village, its towering trees casting long shadows on the ground. "It is said to be hidden in the heart of the forest, where the oldest willow tree stands. But remember, the journey to find it is as important as the wand itself." With her grandmother's blessing and a heart brimming with determination, Lyra set out on her quest. The path into the forest was carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched softly under her feet. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and moss. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, Lyra encountered creatures of the wood who shared their guidance. A wise old owl perched on a branch advised her to listen to the whispers of the trees, for they held the secrets of the ages. A gentle deer, with eyes as deep as pools of water, reminded her to tread lightly and respect the forest's ancient rhythms. Lyra felt a growing connection with the land and her ancestors, as each step brought her closer to the heart of the forest. Finally, she arrived at a clearing bathed in a serene golden light. In its center stood the grandest willow tree she had ever seen, its branches swaying gently as if in a timeless dance with the breeze. At the base of the tree, half buried in soft earth and covered in a delicate veil of moss, lay the willow wand. It was an exquisite piece of craftsmanship, its wood smooth and warm to the touch, with veins of silver that shimmered in the light. Lyra knelt beside the wand, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging she had never known. As she held it, a soft glow enveloped her, and visions of her ancestors, their lives, and their teachings flowed into her mind like a gentle stream. She saw their joys and struggles, their love for the land, and their commitment to harmony and wisdom. In that moment, Lyra understood that their legacy was not just about the wand, but about the values it represented: integrity, unity, and reverence for nature. With newfound clarity, she realized that her own path was intertwined with these timeless principles, and she felt a profound sense of peace and purpose. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lyra returned to her village. She carried the willow wand, not just as a relic of the past, but as a beacon for the future. In sharing her journey with her family and friends, she fostered a renewed sense of community and respect for their shared heritage. And so, under the watchful gaze of the old oak tree, Lyra and her village flourished in harmony, bound together by the ancient legacy that had come to life once more. The stars twinkled above, as if in approval, as Lyra drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle rhythms of the world around her. Story 33. On the edge of a quaint village, nestled amidst rolling hills and lush meadows, there lay a forest known to the villagers as the Whispering Grove. The forest was a place of ancient mysteries, where sunlight danced through the leaves, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. It was whispered among the elders that the grove held secrets of old magic, and though children were often warned to stay away, the allure of the unknown was a song too sweet to resist. One late summer's evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, a young boy named Oliver found himself drawn to the forest's edge. Oliver was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of a stormy sea and a heart full of curiosity. He had heard the tales of talking trees and hidden doorways, and though he knew he should turn back, the call of adventure was too strong. With a deep breath, Oliver stepped into the forest. The world inside the Whispering Grove was unlike anything he had ever known. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the soft rustle of leaves. As he walked, the ground beneath his feet was soft and springy, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that muffled his steps. The deeper Oliver ventured, the more the forest seemed to come alive around him. The trees whispered secrets to each other, their leaves murmuring melodious tunes that only the heart could understand. Vines hung like emerald curtains, parting to reveal hidden glades where sunlight pooled like liquid gold. It was in one such glade that Oliver first saw the stone. It was a small, unassuming thing, half buried in the moss. Yet it shimmered with a gentle glow, pulsing softly as if alive. Oliver knelt beside it, his fingers brushing the cool, smooth surface. As he did, a warmth spread through him, and he heard a voice, not with his ears but deep within his being. "Welcome, seeker," the voice intoned, gentle and wise. "I am the Heartstone, keeper of the Whispering Grove. What is it you seek?" Oliver blinked, his heart racing with a mix of fear and wonder. "I didn't know I was seeking anything," he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. "I was just curious." The Heartstone pulsed warmly, as if chuckling. "Curiosity is the seed of wisdom," it said. "But beware, for the forest holds mysteries that can change a soul. Do you wish to continue?" Oliver hesitated, the weight of the choice resting heavily upon him. Yet, as he gazed into the heart of the stone, he felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. "Yes," he said at last, his voice steadier. "I wish to learn." With that, the Heartstone glowed brightly, and the forest around Oliver shifted. The trees seemed to lean closer, their whispers growing louder, more urgent. Paths appeared where none had been before, winding deeper into the heart of the grove. Oliver followed the path, his heart a drumbeat of anticipation. As he walked, he encountered creatures of wonder, squirrels with fur like spun silver, birds with feathers that shimmered in every color imaginable. Each greeted him warmly, their eyes sparkling with intelligence and kindness. But it was not until he reached the heart of the forest that Oliver truly understood the magic of the Whispering Grove. There, in a clearing bathed in moonlight, stood a great oak, its branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath its boughs sat a woman, her hair a cascade of autumn leaves, her eyes as deep and ancient as the forest itself. "Welcome, Oliver," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "I am Leora, guardian of the Whispering Grove." Oliver bowed his head, overwhelmed by her presence. "I wish to learn," he said again, his voice filled with a quiet determination. Leora smiled, her eyes crinkling with warmth. "The forest has chosen you, young one," she said. "But learning is not given, it is earned. Are you ready to face the trials of the Whispering Grove?" Oliver nodded, his resolve firm. "I am." With a wave of her hand, Leora summoned a small, delicate flower, its petals aglow with silver light. "This is the Luminara," she explained. "It will guide you through the darkness and reveal the truth hidden within. Guard it well, for it is your key to understanding." Oliver took the flower, its soft glow warming his palm. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. With the Luminara in hand, Oliver set forth on his journey. The path was winding and treacherous, but the flower's glow illuminated his way, revealing hidden roots and guiding him through the dense underbrush. As he walked, Oliver encountered challenges that tested his heart and mind. He faced a river that flowed swift and deep, its waters dark and forbidding. Yet, with the Luminara's light, he saw the stepping stones hidden beneath the surface, and he crossed safely to the other side. In a grove of shadow and silence he met the nightingale, a bird with feathers like starlight and a voice that could soothe the fiercest storm. The nightingale sang a song of sorrow and loss, a melody so haunting and beautiful that it brought tears to Oliver's eyes. Yet as he listened, he understood the bird's pain and offered his friendship, a bond that healed the nightingale's heart and lifted the darkness from the grove. Through these trials, Oliver grew wiser and stronger, his spirit uplifted by the magic of the Whispering Grove. He learned the language of the trees, the songs of the wind, and the wisdom of the creatures that dwelled within the forest's embrace. At last, he returned to the great oak, the Luminara's glow bright and strong. Leora awaited him, her smile radiant with pride. "You have done well, Oliver," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "The grove has revealed its secrets to you, and you have proven yourself worthy." Oliver bowed, his heart full of gratitude and joy. "Thank you, Leora," he said. "The Whispering Grove has changed me. I see the world anew, with eyes open to its wonders." Leora nodded, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Remember, young one, the magic of the grove is within you. Cherish it, nurture it, and let it guide you always." With those words, Oliver felt a warmth spread through him, a light that filled his being with peace and understanding. He knew, deep within his heart, that the Whispering Grove would always be a part of him, a place of sanctuary and wisdom. As he stepped from the forest, the sun rose on the horizon, bathing the world in a golden light. The village lay before him, unchanged yet transformed in his eyes. He walked home, the Luminara's glow still bright in his hand, a reminder of the journey he had taken and the lessons he had learned. And though the village elders still spoke of the Whispering Grove with reverence and caution, Oliver knew its true nature, a place of magic and wonder, where the heart could find its way and the soul could grow. From that day forth, Oliver cherished the lessons of the grove, sharing its wisdom with those who would listen and keeping its secrets close to his heart. And whenever he felt lost or alone, he would return to the forest's edge, where the trees would whisper their ancient songs, and the heartstone would glow with a warmth that welcomed him home. Thus the Whispering Grove remained, a place of mystery and magic, where dreams were born and hearts were healed. And in the heart of the forest, the great oak stood watch over it all, a guardian of secrets and a keeper of peace. For those who dared to enter, the grove offered a journey of transformation, a path of wisdom and wonder. And for Oliver, it was a journey that changed him forever, a tale of friendship, courage, and the magic that lies within us all. Story 34. The Whispers of Willow Glen. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the trees seemed to sway in time with the gentle whispers of the wind, there was a small cottage nestled at the edge of a babbling brook. The cottage, adorned with ivy crawling up its stone walls, belonged to an elderly woman named Agnes. Her days were spent in quiet contemplation, tending to her lush garden and enjoying the company of her loyal cat, Marmalade. Agnes was known in the village for her kind heart and gentle wisdom. Her garden was a marvel to all, filled with vibrant flowers and herbs that seemed to bloom even in the harshest of winters. Many villagers speculated that Agnes possessed a touch of magic, for her plants grew in such abundance and her remedies never failed to heal. One day, as the golden hues of sunset painted the sky, Agnes discovered something peculiar. Among her garden beds, she found a small, intricately carved wooden box partially buried in the soil. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the fading light. Curious, Agnes gently lifted the box from the earth, brushing off the dirt with her worn hands. Inside the box she found a sparkling crystal, unlike anything she had ever seen. It was a deep azure, as if it held the essence of the ocean itself. As Agnes held the crystal up to the light, it began to glow softly, casting shimmering patterns on the leaves around her. Intrigued, she decided to keep the crystal safe, placing it on her mantelpiece where it could catch the light of the morning sun. That night, as Agnes prepared for bed, she noticed something unusual. The crystal was emitting a faint humming sound, almost like a lullaby. Marmalade, curled up on the hearth rug, lifted his head and purred in approval. Agnes smiled and let the soothing melody lull her into a deep, peaceful sleep. The next morning, Agnes awoke to find that her garden had transformed overnight. The flowers seemed brighter, their colors more vivid, and the air was filled with a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. As she wandered through her garden, Agnes noticed new plants she hadn't planted, each more exotic than the last. It was as if the garden itself had come alive. Word of the miraculous garden spread quickly through Willow Glen, drawing visitors from near and far. They marveled at the beauty they found there and left with a sense of peace and wonder. Some even claimed to hear the garden whispering secrets, though none could say what the whispers meant. Among the visitors was a young boy named Finn, who had recently moved to the village with his family. Finn was a quiet, thoughtful child with a curious mind and a love for exploring. He had heard tales of Agnes's garden and was eager to see it for himself. One sunny afternoon, he ventured to the edge of the village, his heart full of anticipation. As Finn approached the garden, he was struck by its beauty. The flowers swayed gently in the breeze, their petals glistening like jewels in the sunlight. He wandered through the winding paths, breathing in the heady scent of blossoms and listening to the soft rustle of leaves. It was then that he noticed Agnes, tending to a patch of wild mint. She looked up and smiled warmly at him, her eyes twinkling with kindness. "Hello, young one," she greeted. "What brings you to my little corner of the world?" Finn blushed slightly, scuffing his shoe against the ground. "I wanted to see your garden," he admitted. "I've heard so much about it." Agnes nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "It's a special place," she agreed. "Would you like to help me for a while? There's always room for another pair of hands." Finn's face lit up with delight, and he eagerly agreed. Together, they worked in the garden, planting seeds and tending to the vibrant blooms. Agnes shared stories of the different plants, explaining their uses and origins. Finn listened intently, soaking up her wisdom like a sponge. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the garden, Agnes led Finn to the cottage. "I have something to show you," she said, her voice tinged with mystery. She took him inside and pointed to the crystal on the mantelpiece. Its azure glow filled the room, casting a serene light on the walls. "This crystal," Agnes explained, "is the heart of the garden. It holds a magic older than time itself. It's a gift, but also a responsibility. Would you like to learn its secrets?" Finn's eyes widened with wonder. "I would," he whispered, his heart pounding with excitement. Over the following weeks, Agnes taught Finn the ways of the garden and the magic of the crystal. He learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and understand the language of the plants. Under Agnes's gentle guidance, Finn grew more confident, his spirit blossoming like the flowers he tended. One afternoon, as they worked side by side, Agnes shared a story about a hidden world within the forest. "Long ago," she began, "there was a secret realm, a place where the trees sang and the rivers danced. It's said that those who are pure of heart can find their way there, guided by the whispers of the wind." Finn's imagination sparked, and he dreamed of discovering this hidden world. Night after night, as the crystal's lullaby filled his dreams, he imagined himself wandering through enchanted forests and talking with ancient trees. One crisp autumn morning, Agnes handed Finn a small satchel filled with herbs and a map made of leaves. "It's time for your journey," she said softly. "The forest will guide you. Trust your heart and remember what you've learned." Finn hugged Agnes tightly, feeling a mixture of excitement and trepidation. With Marmalade trailing at his heels, he set off into the forest, the map crinkling gently in his hand. The forest was alive with color, the leaves a tapestry of gold and crimson. Birds chirped merrily overhead, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Finn followed the winding path, guided by the whispers of the wind that seemed to call his name. As he walked, Finn encountered many wonders. He met a wise old owl who shared stories of the forest's history, and a playful fox who led him to a hidden glade filled with wildflowers. Each encounter enriched Finn's understanding of the world and deepened his connection to the forest. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Finn came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching upward like arms reaching for the stars. The air hummed with magic, and Finn knew he had found the hidden world Agnes had spoken of. With a heart full of wonder, Finn approached the tree. He placed his hand against its trunk, feeling the warmth of life pulsing beneath the bark. In that moment, the whispers of the wind grew louder, filling his mind with images of a world where nature and magic existed in perfect harmony. Finn spent the night beneath the great tree, enveloped in a sense of peace and belonging. As dawn broke, he knew it was time to return to Willow Glen, his heart forever changed by the journey. Back in the village, Agnes awaited his return, her eyes alight with pride and joy. Finn shared his adventures, his words spilling out in a rush of excitement and gratitude. Agnes listened, her smile gentle and knowing. "You've discovered something truly special," she said softly. "Remember, the magic of the forest is always with you. Cherish it, nurture it, and it will never fade." As the seasons passed, Finn grew into a young man, his bond with the forest and its magic unbreakable. He continued to tend Agnes's garden, sharing its wonders with all who visited. The villagers marveled at his understanding of nature and the peace that radiated from him. Agnes, now content in her twilight years, knew that the garden and its magic were in good hands. She watched with quiet pride as Finn nurtured the land, his heart as open and kind as the day they met. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the trees still whispered secrets with the wind, the garden flourished. It became a beacon of hope and beauty, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the magic that dwells within us all. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the village of Willow Glen nestled into the gentle embrace of night. The soft glow of the crystal continued to illuminate Agnes's cottage, its light a reminder of the journey, the hidden world, and the enduring bond between a wise old woman and a young boy who discovered the whispers of magic in the wind. In the years that followed, Finn became a guardian of the forest, a protector of the hidden realm he had come to cherish. He taught others the secrets of the garden, encouraging them to listen to the whispers of the wind and discover their own paths to the magic within. With each passing season, the garden grew more beautiful, a tapestry of colors that shifted with the changing light. Visitors came from far and wide, drawn by tales of its enchanting beauty and the gentle wisdom of its keeper. Finn welcomed them all, sharing stories of his journey and the lessons he had learned. The villagers, inspired by Finn's dedication, began to embrace the magic of the natural world. They planted their own gardens, nurtured the land, and listened to the whispers of the wind. Willow Glen blossomed into a vibrant community, united by a love for the earth and its wonders. One day, as Finn worked in the garden, he sensed a familiar presence by his side. It was Agnes, her spirit as vibrant and warm as ever. Though she had passed on, her essence lingered in the garden, a guiding light for Finn and all who sought its magic. Agnes's voice, soft and melodic, filled the air. "You've done well, dear one," she whispered. "The garden is a testament to your journey and the love you have shared." Finn smiled, tears of gratitude glistening in his eyes. "Thank you, Agnes," he replied, his voice filled with emotion. "For everything." As the sun set over Willow Glen, casting a golden glow over the garden, Finn felt a deep sense of peace. He knew that the magic of the garden would endure, a legacy of love and wisdom passed down through generations. In the heart of the forest, the great tree stood tall and proud, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. The hidden world, a realm of wonder and enchantment, remained a sanctuary for those who sought its secrets. And so the story of Willow Glen continued, a tale of friendship, magic, and the enduring power of nature. The whispers of the wind carried the legacy of Agnes and Finn, a reminder that the magic of the world is always within reach, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, the village of Willow Glen nestled into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the crystal casting a soothing light over all. The whispers of the wind sang a lullaby of magic and wonder, lulling the village into dreams of hidden worlds and enchanted gardens. And in the heart of it all, the garden thrived, a living testament to the journey of a wise old woman and a young boy who found magic in the whispers of the wind. Story 35. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great Willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Lila, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Lila set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, thistle, fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Lila, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Lila set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, thistle, fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Story 36. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the Story Keeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside, during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the glade of whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of bird song and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, The tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. 37. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the mountains themselves, a world of wonder unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, revealing secrets known only to those who walked the ancient paths with open eyes and open hearts. As winter's icy grip loosened and the first tender buds emerged, a hush fell over the woodland. Deep within the hollow of a gnarled oak, a family of dormice stirred from their slumber, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in this sacred time of rebirth, that the forest's most cherished rite took place. On the first night of the vernal equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, the Dormice elders would gather the young ones close and share the ancient tales. Tales of the Great Spirit who breathed life into the forest, weaving its intricate tapestry of flora and fauna into a harmonious whole. As the elders spoke, their words carried the weight of generations past, echoing through the trees like whispers on the wind. They told of the delicate dance between all living things, each playing its part in maintaining the balance that sustained the forest's vibrant beauty. The young Dormice listened raptly, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described the magic that flowed through the woodland's veins. How the first spring rain carried the rejuvenating essence of renewal, nourishing the earth and coaxing forth a symphony of new life. They learned of the dryads, graceful tree spirits who tended the ancient boughs, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the budding leaves, and of the sprites who rode the gentle breezes, trailing stardust in their wake, whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. As the seasons turned, each brought its own enchantments. In summer, when the forest basked in the golden warmth of endless days, the elders told of the playful nymphs who frolicked in sun-dappled glades, their joyous laughter echoing through the canopy. They spoke of the wise old oak who stood as a guardian, its roots delving deep into the earth, drawing strength from the ancient stones below, and of the hidden groves where otherworldly creatures gathered on moonlit nights to dance and sing, their voices weaving intricate melodies that stirred the very soul. When autumn's vibrant cloak adorned the trees, the elders wove tales of the mighty stag who led his herd through the rustling leaves, his antlers a crown of majesty. They told of the crones who tended the sacred fires, their gnarled hands deftly coaxing forth the glowing embers that would nurture the forest through the long, cold nights ahead. And as winter's crystalline embrace descended once more, the elders would speak of the great bear who slumbered in his den, dreaming of the spring to come, of the silent sentinels who kept vigil over the frozen landscape, their boughs laden with pristine snow, awaiting the cycle's renewal. Through it all, the young Dormice learned that the forest's true magic lay not in any singular wonder, but in the intricate tapestry that bound all life together. They understood that each creature, cata plant, cata stone and stream played its part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that had endured for eons. And so, as the ancient tales concluded and the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the Dormice elders would smile knowingly. For they knew that the wisdom they had imparted would echo through the generations to come, ensuring that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, and its magic would endure forever. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the mountains themselves, a world of wonder unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, revealing secrets known only to those who walked the ancient paths with open eyes and open hearts. As winter's icy grip loosened and the first tender buds emerged, a hush fell over the woodland. Deep within the hollow of a gnarled oak, a family of Dormice stirred from their slumber, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in this sacred time of rebirth that the forest's most cherished rite took place. On the first night of the vernal equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, the Dormice elders would gather the young ones close and share the ancient tales. Tales of the Great Spirit who breathed life into the forest, weaving its intricate tapestry of flora and fauna into a harmonious whole. As the elders spoke, their words carried the weight of generations past, echoing through the trees like whispers on the wind. They told of the delicate dance between all living things, each playing its part in maintaining the balance that sustained the forest's vibrant beauty. The young Dormice listened raptly, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described the magic that flowed through the woodland's veins. How the first spring rain carried the rejuvenating essence of renewal, nourishing the earth and coaxing forth a symphony of new life. They learned of the dryads, graceful tree spirits who tended the ancient boughs, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the budding leaves, and of the sprites who rode the gentle breezes, trailing stardust in their wake, whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. As the seasons turned, each brought its own enchantments. In summer, when the forest basked in the golden warmth of endless days, the elders told of the playful nymphs who frolicked in sun-dappled glades, their joyous laughter echoing through the canopy. They spoke of the wise old oak who stood as a guardian, its roots delving deep into the earth, drawing strength from the ancient stones below, and of the hidden groves where otherworldly creatures gathered on moonlit nights to dance and sing, their voices weaving intricate melodies that stirred the very soul. When autumn's vibrant cloak adorned the trees, the elders wove tales of the mighty stag who led his herd through the rustling leaves, his antlers a crown of majesty. They told of the crones who tended the sacred fires, their gnarled hands deftly coaxing forth the glowing embers that would nurture the forest through the long, cold nights ahead. And as winter's crystalline embrace descended once more, the elders would speak of the great bear who slumbered in his den, dreaming of the spring to come, of the silent sentinels who kept vigil over the frozen landscape, their boughs laden with pristine snow, awaiting the cycle's renewal. Through it all, the young Dormice learned that the forest's true magic lay not in any singular wonder, but in the intricate tapestry that bound all life together. They understood that each creature, cata plant, cata stone and stream played its part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that had endured for eons. And so, as the ancient tales concluded and the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the Dormice elders would smile knowingly. For they knew that the wisdom they had imparted would echo through the generations to come, ensuring that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, and its magic would endure forever. Story 38. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market. where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lucerian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Feronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lucerian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned. That true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so, in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Faronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Story 39. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being. Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Story 40. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the Luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young Luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Kor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. "Your kindness is a beacon in this storm." "You've been a wonderful friend, Kor," Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. "Together, we can weather any storm." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Kor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Kor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Kor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "You'll always have a place in my heart, Kor," Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. "And you in mine," Kor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. "Though I must return to Terracor, our friendship will span the stars." With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Kor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Kor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Kor. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the Luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young Luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Kor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. "Your kindness is a beacon in this storm." "You've been a wonderful friend, Kor," Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. "Together, we can weather any storm." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Kor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Kor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Kor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "You'll always have a place in my heart, Kor," Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. "And you in mine," Kor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. "Though I must return to Terra, Kor, our friendship will span the stars." With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Kor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Kor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Kor. Story 41. Story 42. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, A gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Story 43? Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 44. Story 45. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 46. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the enchanted acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. Story 47. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come. With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 48. Story 49. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village, Lila explained gently. Do you perhaps know what might be causing them? Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy. Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion. With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Story 50. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 51. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Story 52. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. I will do whatever it takes to help, she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horace hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the Dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The Dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The Dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first Dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding." Leora thanked the Dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horace continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the Dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The Dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea, "guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship. The dryads and sylphs regarded the heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. Story 53. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and her deep love for the woods that surrounded her home. Every morning she would wander through the forest, her senses alive with the whispering leaves and the song of the brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. Yet, despite her love for the world around her, Clara felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncertainty about the changes that life seemed to be whispering on the breeze. She cherished the familiar patterns of her days, the way the morning sun painted golden streaks on her kitchen floor, the comforting chatter of her neighbors, and the steady rhythm of village life. The thought of anything disrupting this brought a shiver of apprehension. One late afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly, unlike any she had seen before, fluttered down to rest on her hand. Its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors like the sky at dusk. Clara watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly fanned its wings, casting a soft, magical light around them. "Hello," came a gentle voice, startling Clara slightly. She looked around, but the woods were empty, save for the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. "Down here," the voice said. Clara blinked in surprise, realizing the voice was coming from the butterfly itself. "Oh my," she whispered, her heart fluttering with the unexpected magic of it all. "I am Lumi," the butterfly introduced, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I've come to help you see the beauty in change." Clara hesitated, unsure. "Change frightens me," she confessed, her voice barely above a murmur. "Everything seems so uncertain and vast." Lumi nodded understandingly, its wings glinting in the fading light. "Change can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which new beginnings are painted. Would you allow me to guide you?" Though hesitant, something in Lumi's presence soothed Clara's fears, and she nodded. "Yes, I'd like that." With a gentle flutter, Lumi led Clara deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and inviting. Clara felt a quiet strength in the ancient trees, their branches forming a cathedral of green above her. As they walked, Lumi spoke softly of the magic woven into the fabric of the world, a magic that thrived on change and growth. Clara listened, her heart opening to the possibilities she had never dared to consider. In a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lumi paused and gestured with its delicate wings to a cluster of wildflowers. "Look closely, Clara," it encouraged. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the petals that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. "What is it?" she asked, sensing something wondrous just beyond her understanding. "These flowers," Lumi explained, "are like moments of change. They bloom with the promise of transformation, revealing colors and patterns unseen before. Each one is unique, yet all are part of the same cycle." Clara watched in awe as the flowers began to shift, their hues blending and changing before her eyes. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle acceptance of the changes she had feared. As the colors danced, she realized that change was not something to be fought against but embraced, for it was through change that beauty and wisdom unfolded. Feeling lighter, Clara rose to her feet, a newfound calm settling within her. "Thank you, Lumi," she said softly. "I think I'm beginning to understand." Lumi alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. "Remember, Clara, you are never alone. Friends and loved ones are like stars in the night sky, guiding you through the darkness." With Lumi's words echoing in her heart, Clara returned to the village, her steps sure and steady. She found her friends waiting, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns as they gathered to share stories and laughter. As the evening wore on, Clara felt the gentle support of her friends, each one a beacon of kindness and understanding. She realized that her own growth was mirrored in their companionship, each moment of change a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. In the days that followed, Clara embraced the changes that came her way, her heart open to the magic of possibility. She discovered that within her was a strength she had never known, a resilience born of the gentle guidance of a tiny butterfly and the love of those who surrounded her. And so, in the quiet of the forest and the warmth of her village, Clara found her peace. She learned that the beauty of personal discovery was not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with an open heart, trusting in the magic of transformation and the friends who walked the journey beside her. Under the starlit sky, as the village drifted into slumber, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves whispering through her window. She smiled, her heart full and content, knowing that the beauty of life lay in its ever-changing dance, a dance she was now a willing part of. And as she closed her eyes, she felt the gentle flutter of Lumi's wings, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Story 54. Story 55. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen Fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the Whispering Woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Story 56. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the rhythm of her daily routine. Her days were spent tending to her garden, a patchwork of vibrant colors that danced beneath the sun, and her evenings were reserved for quiet moments by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow over her cozy cottage. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a stirring, a whisper of something new and unfamiliar. It was as if the wind carried a secret just for her, one that promised adventure beyond the horizon of her known world. Despite this yearning, the thought of change filled her with trepidation. She clung to her familiar patterns like a child to a cherished blanket, fearful of what might lie beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Marin set out for her daily walk through the woods. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with a luminescent glow. She had heard stories of such rings, whispered tales of magic and transformation. Curiosity mingled with her apprehension, but something in the air urged her forward. As she stepped into the circle, a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with possibility. The world around her shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though inviting her to embrace the change she had so long resisted. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe with her, its ancient magic awakening. From the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a silver fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The fox approached with graceful steps and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not the winds of change, dear Marin," the fox said, its eyes kind and knowing, "for within them lies the seed of your growth. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength that has always dwelled within you." Though her heart still fluttered with uncertainty, Marin felt a newfound courage stirring. She realized that the fox was right. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the safety of her routine and discover what lay beyond. With a nod of gratitude, she followed the fox deeper into the forest, where the path was lit by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. Along their journey, they were joined by other creatures of the woods, a wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the peace found in stillness. Each companion offered Marin a lesson in embracing the unknown, and with every step she felt her heart grow lighter. As the days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the beauty of transformation. She learned to dance with the wind, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to find wonder in the smallest of things. The forest became her teacher, and with each lesson she felt herself blossoming, much like her beloved garden back home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin stood at the edge of a glistening lake. The fox, who had become a dear friend, stood beside her. The reflection on the water was that of a woman transformed, not by magic alone, but by the courage to embrace her own potential. "You have grown, dear Marin," said the fox, its voice filled with pride. "You have found your way through the forest of your fears, and now the world is yours to explore." Marin smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the companions who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gentle nudge from the universe, inviting her to become her truest self. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and an adventurous spirit, Marin returned to her village. Her garden seemed even more vibrant, as if reflecting the transformation within her. And though her routine had shifted, she found joy in the balance of old comforts and new discoveries. As the seasons turned, Marin continued to nurture her garden and her heart, always remembering the lessons of the forest. And on quiet evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would tell tales of her journey to those who sought her wisdom, sharing the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the whispers of the forest, Marin lived her days with a heart open to the wonders of the world, knowing that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. Story 50. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the rustling pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again. As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Story 58. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 59. The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Lantern. In the quiet hamlet of Elderglen, where the stars seemed to hang a little lower and the moonlight painted silver paths on cobblestone streets, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as bright as the sun and an imagination as vast as the night sky. Her favorite pastime was to wander into the Whispering Woods, a forest that bordered the village and held secrets as old as time itself. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the forest, spinning tales of enchantments and ancient spirits that roamed its shadowed paths. Despite these whispered warnings, Lila felt an irresistible pull towards the woods, a curiosity that bubbled within her like a brook in spring. One crisp autumn evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Lila set out towards the woods, her steps light with anticipation. The air was cool, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of rustling leaves, their colors a medley of gold, crimson, and amber. As she entered the forest, a gentle breeze greeted her, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, whispering secrets that only the trees could know. Lila walked deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller, and their branches intertwined like old friends sharing stories. She marveled at the way the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Every rustle of leaves seemed to be a greeting, every chirp of a bird a song just for her. It was here, in the heart of the whispering woods, that Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak was a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from silver and adorned with delicate filigree, its glass panels shimmering with an iridescent glow. As Lila approached, the lantern flickered to life, casting a warm, golden light that filled the clearing. Curious and unafraid, Lila reached out and touched the lantern. To her astonishment, it felt warm and pulsed gently beneath her fingertips, as if it were alive with some kind of magic. Her heart skipped a beat, and a shiver of excitement ran through her. She lifted the lantern from its resting place, feeling its weight settle comfortably in her hands. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the clearing as if carried on the breeze. "Welcome, keeper of the light," it said, its tone gentle and ancient. Lila looked around, wide-eyed but strangely calm. She saw no one, yet the voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the whispering woods," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have found the lantern of kindling. It holds the power to reveal the unseen and to guide the lost." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "What must I do with it?" she inquired, her heart alight with curiosity. "Follow the lantern's glow, and it will lead you on a journey beyond your wildest dreams," the voice answered. "But remember, true magic lies not in the lantern itself, but in the heart of its bearer." With that, the voice faded away, leaving Lila alone in the clearing, the lantern's glow casting a circle of warmth around her. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of purpose settle within her. The whispering woods beckoned her onward, and she knew instinctively that her adventure was just beginning. As she walked, the lantern lit her path, its glow illuminating the hidden wonders of the forest. She saw flowers that bloomed with an ethereal light, their petals whispering ancient songs. She marveled at the way the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming arches that guided her like silent guardians. The forest was alive with magic, and Lila felt a profound sense of connection to it all. She realized that the whispering woods were not a place of fear, but of wonder and discovery. And as she ventured deeper, she knew that the lantern was more than just a guide. It was a key to unlocking the mysteries that lay hidden within her own heart. As twilight deepened into night, Lila found herself standing before a great oak, its trunk wide enough to house a family of foxes. The lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. She paused, feeling a sense of anticipation in the air. It was then that she noticed a small door set into the base of the oak, almost hidden among the gnarled roots. The door was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change under the lantern's glow. With a steadying breath, Lila reached out and turned the handle, the door creaking open to reveal a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. Without hesitation, Lila stepped inside, the lantern's light guiding her descent. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of moss and earth. Her footsteps echoed softly as she made her way down the stairs, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the hidden world. At last, she reached the bottom, emerging into a cavern bathed in the soft glow of luminescent crystals. The walls shimmered with hues of blue and green, casting a serene light that filled the space. In the center of the cavern stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the light like 1,000 tiny stars. Lila approached the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes wide with wonder. She knelt beside the water, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. The lantern rested beside her, its light mingling with the glow of the crystals. It was then that she noticed something remarkable. Floating just beneath the surface of the pool was a small, shimmering orb of light. It pulsed gently, its glow resonating with the lantern's own. Lila reached out, her fingers brushing the water's surface as she touched the orb. In that moment, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw the whispering woods as they once were, vibrant and alive with magic. She saw creatures of all kinds, their forms shifting and changing, living in harmony with the land. She saw the lantern, a beacon of hope and guidance passed down through generations of guardians. And then she saw herself, standing at the center of it all, the lantern in her hands, her heart filled with the light of understanding. She realized that the lantern was not just a tool, but a symbol of her connection to the world around her, to the magic that flowed through the woods, and to the spirit that watched over it all. As the vision faded, Lila felt a profound sense of clarity and purpose. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the Whispering Woods, but about discovering her own strength and wisdom. The lantern had shown her the way, but it was her heart that would guide her. With renewed resolve, Lila stood, the orb of light rising from the pool to rest in the palm of her hand. It felt warm and alive, a piece of the forest's magic that she carried within her. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she made her way back up the staircase, the lantern's glow lighting her path, she felt a sense of gratitude for the adventure that had brought her to this moment. The Whispering Woods were a place of wonder and magic, but they were also a place of growth and transformation, a place where hearts could be kindled and spirits could soar. When she emerged once more into the forest, the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. The woods were waking, their voices a gentle chorus that welcomed the new day. Lila stood for a moment, the lantern in one hand and the orb of light in the other, feeling a sense of peace and belonging. With a smile, she began her journey home, the path ahead bright with possibility. The Whispering Woods had taught her that magic was not just something to be found in the world around her, but something that lived within her heart. And as she walked, the lantern's light guiding her steps, she knew that she would always be a keeper of that light, a guardian of the magic that connected them all. And so Lila's adventure in the Whispering Woods came to an end, but her story was just beginning. For in her heart, she carried a light that would never fade, a light that would guide her through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days. And with each step she took, the world seemed a little brighter, a little more magical, because of the light she carried within. Story 60. 61. The Whispering Leaf. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the houses seemed to tiptoe around a crystal-clear stream, there lay a secret that only the most observant of souls could discover. The village was nestled between rolling hills that wore mantles of wildflowers in spring and donned cloaks of snow in winter. The air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and fresh earth, a comforting aroma that enveloped the villagers like a warm embrace. It was here that young Maya, a curious girl with twinkling eyes and a heart as vast as the sky, spent her days exploring the world around her. She was the kind of child who believed that every rock, every tree, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of toasted almonds, and who followed Maya wherever her adventures led. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Maya and Pip stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the Whispering Woods, a place where the trees were so ancient and towering that they seemed to touch the heavens, Maya found a leaf unlike any she had seen before. It was not the vibrant orange or fiery red of the season, but a shimmering silver, glistening as if kissed by moonlight. Maya gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its cool, silky texture. As she held it, she could feel a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a gentle vibration that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. Intrigued, Maya and Pip decided to bring the leaf back to the village, eager to share their discovery. As they walked, Maya noticed that the leaf seemed to respond to her thoughts, glowing ever so slightly brighter when she was happy and dimming when she felt uncertain. She realized that the leaf was not just a curious object, but a magical one, capable of communicating in its own silent language. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Maya showed the leaf to her grandmother, the village's wise elder. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, and she pulled Maya close, her voice a soft murmur. "This is a whispering leaf," she explained. "It holds the wisdom of the forest and can guide those who listen with their hearts." Maya was fascinated. She spent her days learning to understand the leaf's subtle cues, its gentle glow guiding her through the complexities of life. It taught her patience as she waited for its light to respond, and empathy as she learned to feel the emotions it reflected. One evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a shadow fell over Willowbrook. A thick fog descended, obscuring the familiar paths and casting an eerie silence over the village. The villagers, usually bustling with laughter and warmth, retreated into their homes, unease settling like a heavy blanket. Maya, however, felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the whispering leaf. She knew that something was amiss, and that the leaf was guiding her towards a mystery that needed unraveling. With Pip by her side, she ventured back into the whispering woods, the silver leaf casting a soft glow to light their way. The forest was different in the fog, the trees looming like silent sentinels and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Yet Maya felt no fear, only a sense of purpose. The leaf's glow brightened, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a giant. It was here that Maya noticed something peculiar, a faint, rhythmic pulsing emanating from the base of the tree, as if the very earth beneath it was breathing. Maya approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. As she neared the oak, she saw a small, hidden door nestled within its roots, almost invisible under the thick carpet of moss. The pulsing seemed to grow stronger, resonating in time with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Maya reached out and touched the door, the whispering leaf glowing with encouragement. The door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Maya hesitated for a moment, feeling Pip's reassuring presence beside her, before descending into the depths below. The staircase led to a hidden cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering crystals that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of clear, still water, reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As Maya stepped closer to the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not her reflection alone. In the water, she saw images of the villagers, each one captured in a moment of joy, kindness, or courage. She realized that the pool was a mirror of their best selves, a testament to the goodness that lived within each of them. The whispering leaf pulsed gently in her hand, and Maya understood that the pool was a source of magic for Willowbrook, a wellspring of the love and light that bound the village together. But the fog had disrupted its harmony, casting a shadow over the village. Determined to restore the balance, Maya turned to the whispering leaf for guidance. It glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the cavern and filling Maya with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the pool, Maya dipped the whispering leaf into the water, watching as the silver shimmer spread across the surface. The pool seemed to come alive, ripples of light dancing across its surface, and the air filled with a gentle hum that resonated deep within Maya's soul. Slowly, the fog that had enveloped Willowbrook began to dissipate, the heavy silence lifting as the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The villagers emerged from their homes, their laughter and chatter returning as the shadow that had clouded their hearts vanished. Maya, her heart filled with joy, returned to the village with Pip, the whispering leaf still glowing softly in her hand. The villagers gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. From that day on, the whispering leaf became a cherished symbol of hope and harmony in Willowbrook. Maya learned that the true magic lay not in the leaf itself, but in the love and kindness it inspired. She and Pip continued their adventures, exploring the world with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people united by the magic of the whispering leaf and the wisdom it imparted. Maya grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons she had learned on her journey. As the years passed, the story of the whispering leaf became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and love. And though the leaf eventually faded, Its legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of light that would never dim. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees still whispered their ancient secrets, Maya and Pip found their place, forever part of the magic that made Willowbrook a haven of peace and happiness. And in the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, the whisper of a leaf could still be heard, a gentle reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. Story 62. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye, a small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the teapot of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" the voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. Story 63. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the enchanted glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuben, and though he appeared sly, There was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 64. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the enchanted grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the enchanted grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Story 65. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willow, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 66. Title: The Whispering Grove. Underneath the pale glow of the moon, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, there was a grove known only to a few. Cloaked in mystery and enchantment, this grove was said to hold the secrets of the forest, whispered by the tall, ancient trees that stood like guardians around its periphery. It was here that the story of a young girl named Leora began, a tale spun with magic, friendship, and self-discovery. Leora was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of a clear summer sky, and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of golden leaves. She lived on the outskirts of the woods, in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who often spoke of the wonders hidden in the forest. Though Leora had heard these tales countless times, she had never ventured beyond the familiar paths, until one fateful night when the winds carried a peculiar melody to her ears. It was a soft, haunting tune that seemed to call her name, weaving through the branches and rustling the leaves. Curiosity ignited within her, a flame that refused to be extinguished. So she wrapped herself in her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the forest, and set out under the starlit sky, guided by the moonlight that danced across her path. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air around her began to change, filled with the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and elusive. The trees stood taller here, their bark rough and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets she could almost understand. Her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation, Leora followed the melody until she found herself standing at the edge of the whispering grove. Bathed in the moon's gentle glow, the grove was a sight to behold. Flowers of every hue blossomed in wild abundance, their petals glistening with dew like tiny jewels. A narrow stream wound its way through the clearing, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, and in the center of it all stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, as if embracing the sky. As Leora stepped into the grove, the melody grew stronger, resonating through her very being. She felt a warmth spread from her heart, as if the grove itself welcomed her presence. It was then she noticed a small, curious object resting at the base of the oak tree, a locket, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Drawn to it, Leora knelt beside the locket, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she felt a connection, as if the locket knew her. With a soft click, the locket opened, revealing a tiny glowing ember inside. The light was mesmerizing, a soft, golden glow that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The grove was no longer just a clearing in the woods. It was alive with magic. The trees whispered in a language she could almost grasp. The flowers swayed in rhythm with an unseen breeze, and the stream sang a tune of its own. Leora felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a hidden part of herself in this enchanted place. But as she marveled at the wonders around her, she noticed she was not alone. From behind the oak emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen. A fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a deep, lustrous red with a tail tipped in gold and eyes that gleamed with intelligence and warmth. The fox regarded her with a gentle curiosity, as if assessing her worth. "Welcome, Leora," the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic, echoing the grove's whispers. "I am Ari, guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have found the heart of the forest." Leora blinked in surprise. "The heart of the forest?" she repeated, her voice a hushed whisper. Ari nodded, stepping closer. "The locket you hold is the source of the grove's magic. It connects all things within the forest. It chose you, Leora, for you have a heart as kind and pure as the grove itself." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose she had never known before. "But why me?" she asked, her voice laced with wonder and doubt. "Because you listen," Ori replied with a gentle smile. "Few hear the forest's whispers, but you do. You have a gift, Leora, and with it, you can help the forest and those who dwell within it." As the night wore on, Ori shared tales of the grove and its magic, of the balance that must be maintained, and the creatures that depended on it. Leora listened, her heart swelling with a sense of duty and determination. She understood now that the journey she had embarked upon was more than she had ever imagined. It was a calling. From that night forward, Leora visited the grove often, learning from Auri and the forest itself. She discovered hidden paths that led to secret glades, befriended creatures both great and small, and grew in wisdom and strength. The locket around her neck became a symbol of her bond with the forest, its glow a constant reminder of the magic she held within. But as with all tales, challenges arose. The forest, though vibrant and alive, was not without its shadows. One day, while exploring a distant part of the woods, Leora encountered a darkness she had never felt before, a creeping shadow that sought to consume the light of the grove. It was a presence that chilled her to the bone, a void that drained the warmth from her heart. She knew then that her true test had arrived. With Ori by her side, she delved into the heart of the darkness, guided by the whispers of the grove and the light of the locket. Through trials and tribulations, Leora faced her fears and doubts, drawing strength from the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained. She learned that true power lay not in magic alone, but in the courage to stand for what was right, the compassion to heal, and the love that bound all creatures together. In the end, it was not a battle of force, but of heart. Leora reached out to the darkness, offering it the warmth of her spirit and the light of the grove. With a final, resounding whisper, the darkness relented, its anger and pain soothed by the love that surrounded it. As the shadows lifted and the light returned, the forest sang a song of renewal and hope. Leora stood at the center of the grove, the locket glowing with a radiant light, her heart full of peace. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the Whispering Grove, that even in the darkest of times, love and friendship could light the way. And so, with the forest thriving and the bond between them stronger than ever, Leora's journey of discovery came to a gentle, fulfilling end. The Whispering Grove, with its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her soul, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. And as she returned to her cottage, the moonlight guiding her path, Leora knew that she was truly home. Story 67. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, the creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. In those days, continued Elder Mossback, there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the season's circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. "We did not realize our dance had faltered," Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. "We have become lost in our own rhythms." Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. "Perhaps," she suggested, "if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance." The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. Story 68. Story 69. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Taros. And on Taros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 70? Story 71. Story 72. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so, under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 73. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening, after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. "This locket," her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where is this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. "Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it." That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the Whispering Locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the Whispering Locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the Whispering Woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the whispering locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself." Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. Story 74. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his wind-swept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Story 75. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Story 76. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Story 77. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come. With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Story 78. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep. Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" In time, dear Leora, Berwin said softly, the world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth. As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Story 79. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at widder with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise. The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective. With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Leela returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Leela explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 80. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The grandfather oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more. With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin. Wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Story 81. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped, "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99.